Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday, September the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. And Torty in our YouTube room. Okay. So you guys can hear me and see my screen. So let's get going. So we did have some economic news at 8:30, some retail numbers. Didn't trash the market, so that's good. And of course, today is the day, guys. We'll find out how much they're going to reduce. And I guess that'll be at 2 o'clock FOMC at 2 o'clock. I couldn't see if there is a presser at 2:30. I don't think there is, but I may be wrong. But certainly 2 o'clock, that's going to tell us how much are they going to reduce interest rates. So let's take a look at, and now, by the way, Intel, what a nice, remember we saw that one on the large cap gainers. Oh, FOMC is tomorrow. You know what? I knew I'm thinking it's Wednesday today, guys. I know I said Tuesday. Okay, you're right. FOMC is tomorrow. All right. But what a nice what a nice trade that Intel was. Now Intel's starting to drop here pre-market, but what a nice trade Intel was yesterday. That came from the large cap gainers on the move. They did have some news. You can kind of see. I mean, I know they're fading a little bit right here, but boy, if they can never get over 22.21 this morning. Yeah, I mean, this morning they did do that. By the way, is the person who asked me about comp yesterday, are you in the room? You know, dollar comp? Because I'm seeing the same thing on all time frames, intraday time frames. You know, flat line 3, up 15, 5. This doesn't trade in the free market, I guess. So I don't know if you're here. GLMD is fading a little bit. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. Well, after hours, okay, so it had NASDAQ notified the company that it had regained compliance. Okay, so there's that. So GLMD, obviously they did reverse splits. Of course they did. So they're over $1 now, which is one of the requirements. Now, at one point I had SNOA as a big gap up, but look at this. So they say they received new 510K clearance from US FDA for microSyn technology-based solution. Anyway, that popped the stock, but now look at it. SNOA. SES. SES is still up, trading higher after the company announced a collaboration, of course, with NVIDIA, Crusoe, and Supermicro, and AI in the press release. And CPL. This is an earnings play, a cheap earnings play, getting trashed today on earnings. NCPL down 27%, another really low float. ALLR, there it is, only up 10% now. Yeah, starting to fade badly. At one point, this was up to 490, down to 360, still up. Well, it's up 7% now, but it's fading badly now. VVPR is still up here. I'm watching this one. It popped up here, 320, maybe a little bit. The company announced a heads of agreement to merge, so it's some kind of a merger. ADGM. Can't see any news in this one, guys. ADGM. So obviously this was a started trading as ADGM not that long ago, a couple of months ago, as ADGM. Whether it was a SPAC or a IPO. I don't see any news on this one today. Mobileye, MBLY, is it still up? It's up a little bit, 5.5%. Now, I cannot trade this one. This is one of those but look, if you can trade this one without any tax implications, I have tax implications because I'm in Canada. And I get that announcement every time I try to trade this one, IEP. But look at this. I mean, this is a nice gap now. It had we had the news yesterday saying basically a lot of these lawsuits had been dismissed. So this is IEP. If you look left, 1564, 1570. The next high is looking left. So it's already taken out that weekly high right there. It was IEP. RLMD, another one that's gapped up, pulled back a little bit. So price target raised to $13 from 350 by Jeffries. So that is a big new price target put on by Jeffries. Have to get through that 200-day moving average. And look at Pearl Space. Morgan Stanley decided to downgrade them. I guess they had like a $35 price target. Now it's cut to 5 by Morgan Stanley. That is for SPCB Space. So no wild ones this morning, guys. Wild meaning, a lot of times in this pre-market act goes up, we'll see some stocks that are well over 100%, and several of them. I mean, look, SMSI, certainly it's up. Now, I didn't talk about this one. I know I didn't. It's under a dollar. The next high looking left is about a dollar 16. Yeah, dollar 16. That is SMSI. Not a crazy low float. It's 10 million in the float. Not high, but not one of these sub 1 million floats. Yeah, so the market now, the SPY, now we don't count the pre-market, but the SPY, there is the all-time high, I believe, right there, 564.20. So again, we don't count the pre-market, but it is above the high. Let's see if we can hold. All-time high. We had two doom and gloom scenarios back here when I talked. That was back in August when it got down to just around 500. It actually broke down. I thought it broke down below 500. Maybe not. And then, of course, this time right here, when it got down to 539, 540-ish, that held well. Okay, talk. Talk. T-A-L-K. Talk is popping up a little bit here, guys. Yeah, look at this nice move now for talk. Any news on this one? Talkspace shares are trading higher after the company announced it partnered with Amazon Health Services to increase awareness and discoverability of its services. Okay, so that's the news on talk. Okay, so this is going to be disruptive. So this Mullen obviously did a reverse split of some sort. I have to get rid of that. MULN obviously did another reverse split or something. There's no way. There's no way this is true, is it? No way. I mean, I see something 903 announced a sales and service agreement with Pape Kenworth expanding, etc. I mean, is that Kenworth Trucks? It can't be right. Thank you, Draw. Thank you, as always. So they did a 1 for 100 reverse split. I don't know if the guys know that. So what I'm going to do, a little trick here. I'm going to go to my symbol list and I'm going to go to excluded symbols, edit that list, add MULN to it because I don't want this disrupting this all day long. Yeah, that's the better answer, William. There's no reason it got up so high. Okay, guys, 9:12. So let's take a look at the sectors. So we were in for a pretty positive open. SPY's up 2.52 right now. And again, we don't count the pre-market, but basically challenging. Let's see what happens when the market opens. Challenging all-time highs. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Okay, so these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 89% in green, meaning 89% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Nothing standing out though. Okay, no big percentage moves either way that I can see in the sector. SMH, semis. So SMH is, of course, the semi technology, XLK, technology sector. So SMH, XLK, good sectors so far this morning. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything as an outlier. So, for instance, if FANG had been down, I don't know, 10% or 5% even, would have said, okay, wow, that's going completely counter to its sector, but we're not seeing that. With 94% in green, this is probably the only one that's down. And as always, let's take a look at XLE and see where is it now with respect to its 200-day moving average. Getting closer and closer. Okay, I think this is still going to be the only one now below the 200-day. Retail yesterday, just looking at the Dow. Dow was up, so that probably is retail. The retail stocks would be in the Dow. Yeah, so retail starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. And consumer discretionary, that was the only other one that was kind of close. So energy is still the laggard, guys. Now look at XLY moving away, but XLY is, or excuse me, XLE is still the laggard when it comes to that 200-day moving average. The only major sector that I can find that is below the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I want to see if there's this WHLR, this Wheeler Real Estate, again, active. So the high, it would have to kind of crack if it's really going to get going again, is 10. Looks like around 10. 990 is actually that high. What would be 5 weeks ago? Boy, NNE is still strong, guys. NNE is still strong. Okay, thank you, William. NNE is still strong. So the high yesterday was, well, yesterday's high was the same as Friday's high, approximately. So NNE trying to challenge. Wow, got up to 16. I did not realize that. So it's having a nice little run right now. NNE. Market's still holding its gains. The only number, well, let's take a look at the economic calendar, see what else is on in store. So we had retail sales at 8:30. 9:15, we had, I guess, industrial production, so that didn't hurt, just looking. So retail sales at 8:30, industrial production at 9:15. 10 o'clock, we've got a couple things that could, well, three things that could affect the market. We've got the business inventories, housing market index, and also we've got Fed's Logan, one of the Fed presidents, is going to speak at 10 o'clock. So we've got some stuff happening at 10 o'clock that could affect the market. Also at 1 o'clock, we've got a 13 billion 20-year bond action. And then 2 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback results. But certainly at 10 o'clock, we've got three things that could affect the market short term. Summit, guys. Wow. Summit. SMMT. This one actually had a bit of a tail off. Yeah, look where it closed yesterday. I got down to $29. But I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This is one of those kind of fake ones. Not showing up on my chart, but there must have been some kind of a print up at 33. So excuse me for that. So Summit is still, well, still good though, up $3. No, no, I'm sorry. It is not. It is not. Yeah, that was reflected. We have some, we've cured it on the charts, but there's still some prints that come in that look like this had popped. So Summit is still, starting to fade. I mean, yesterday's low was 28.73. So it's at right at yesterday's low. Takes that out, and the next low is 27.44. And we got not too many earnings plays today, guys. We're getting close though. We're getting closer, about 3 weeks until earnings season starts again. Maybe a month. I think Alcoa. I know some of the banks released the previous week, so call it 3 weeks. Yeah, Alcoa releases on the 16th, so about a month from now. But some of the banks release the week before, and then we'll be right back into earnings season. Really, was it that low? The SMMT was that low? Where do you see that financing news, Daniel? 22. 'Cause that is, yeah, it's nice that it's still way above it, but could it start to drift down even more? OBLG, OBLG guys is starting to fade now. OBLG starting to fade. I'm actually looking at a short of this one. There's only 3,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, but I held off. Thank you. I see it right now, 22.70 share. Thank you. Thank you, both Daniel and Captain. Okay, guys, sorry, just some internal stuff happening. So, let's see, anything else sneaking in here? I did see this HOTH, Hoth, cheap one, just over a dollar. The next high looking left, $1.26. I guess if it got through that, $1.51 is the next high. So the news for this one climbs on promising preclinical results for its Alzheimer's drug. Okay, so that is the reason that Hoth is moving higher here. A lot of volume. That's a lot of volume. 5.8 million. Only 6.8 in the float. So this is easily going to trade the float today. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I use once this market opens up and running. So I'm going to save again, save. Okay, guys, except for this open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Now I'll be spending a lot of time, like I kind of did, like I did yesterday. This is a large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay. And it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Not that I'm going to completely disregard, the wild volatile ones, but I really want to start concentrating again more on these. Okay, guys. So the market is still holding the gap, fading a little bit, just a little bit, but the market is still trying to hold its gap, a little bit of a gap. Well, you guys keep talking about Jebediah. A lot of volume. All right, guys. So talk is still pretty active, actually. Talk TALK is still pretty active. My problem with it would be when I look left on a weekly chart. To me, there looks like little areas that could easily stall, not that far away from the current price. Yeah, you can see the buy flags and sell flags on Intel right now. So kind of unknown right now, unknown. All right, guys, less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may, depending what the market does, as long as the market doesn't start to really give up some of these gains, I may take an earlier one in the large cap gainers. Okay. And sometimes those ones just trend immediately. But what I don't want to see is like some giant bars down on the SPY. If I'm going to do that. All right, guys, we got about 5 seconds for this market to open. There we go. I don't know if I mentioned VLCN. Okay, now as we open, so we are putting a little bit of a down bar, a little bit of one in the SPY. HPE. Let's take a look at HPE. Wow, this has got some room, guys. I mean, HPE's got room. $19 as the next high for approximately 1902 to be exact is the next high. The Packard race to a buy at Bank of America and several catalysts. Okay, so $24 price target put on them by Bank of America. Okay, so that is the reason I guess HPE is moving. Really interested in this one, guys. Yeah, market is now putting a little bit of a pop now. I missed it. Uh, or did I? Just watching HPE right here, guys. See if it holds 18. And we got T Doc. I don't think I mentioned T Doc. T Doc was on my list. It was sort of at the end, tail end. I didn't have it on my list that I posted in the room, but it was on my list of stocks. Just give me a moment, please. Hey guys, I'm still watching HPE. Want to see if it can hold 18. Hey guys, again, I'm just trying to concentrate on this HPE. See if it holds 18 well. I might take it if it gets back up to say 18, 11 or so. Though the market is doing this, you see, that's the only thing. I mean, it's trading on its own still, but market is trying to do something like this. It's the only thing that's preventing me right now from taking it. Yeah, we got a halt. I didn't see this one, guys. So we have a halt, couple of halts at Mullen. Remember, they did a 1 for 100 reverse split. Okay, so it is not. I don't know if our provider has it still up. Yeah, so it's obviously not up 10,617.91%. Okay, they did a 1 for 100 reverse split. This is a big one from yesterday, guys. IMRX got up to what 386. So it is up a little bit right now. Has to contend with that 200-day moving average, 335. All right, so HPE gave up set 18. I'm still interested in it. See whether or not it takes back 18 later on. I'll have a. I'm going to put a price alert right around here, 1810, and see if that happens later on. Problem is, as I said, if the market did something like this, I'm not as inclined to take an early trade, even if it's from the large cap gainers. Boom is booming. BOOM. Let's see. Next high looking left, $14, 14.13 or so, 14.59 actually. Okay, actually it's 14.13. So this has room over a little over $1 to the next high on the weekly chart. That is for boom. EVH on the move here, guys. EVH is on the move. It's high looking left on the daily chart is 31.88. So that's pretty close. Wasn't this IPO yesterday? Yeah, HCWC IPO yesterday. Right, GLMD. So this is making a market high, and it is actually this is good. Well, good. I mean, it's taking out the pre-market high. Took out the pre-market high now. So GLMD, very low float though, guys. So be awfully careful. Okay, we have anyway less than a million in the float. Relative volume is 19,000 times normal right now in terms of the volume. Look at that volume already, 10,000 shares. And this is all to do with just regaining NASDAQ compliance. That's all it is. And you can see, I mean, if I look at this, the position in lifetime range, it's barely. So if I put a monthly calendar or a monthly chart up, you would see that GLMD on a reverse split adjusted would be way, 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 way above. Well, guys, JLMD, yeah, it just continues to move here. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Again, this will be reverse split adjusted, of course, but on a monthly chart, I'm going to have to back this out quite a bit to see. Looks like the next high, again, reverse split adjusted, looks like around 1050. Okay, guys, we've got WHLR. So the VWAP is at 973. Okay, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. What did it get up to? It got up to 1023, so it did attempt to break 10. I'm going to stick another alert just over 10 in case it tries again. But, be awfully careful with that float. Of course, the attraction is at 1252, 1258 or so is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Well, JLND just got halted on the way up, guys. So first, look at this blue screen here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt price at 708. This column is trying to tell you where it could possibly open when it comes out of its halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So this got halted at 941 plus 4 seconds. So this will open at 946 plus 4 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Well, I'm glad I held off on the hype. HPE. Take a look at ALLR from Shady. Oops. Couple of China stocks, guys. LI. There's a China stock, China EV, of course. Next high looking left is 2163. And JD, with the China stock. Next high looking left is 2747 or so. So a little bit of room, but if JD can get through that, he's got a lot of room. Yeah, CMP on the move here, guys. CMP, Compass Minerals, CMP on the move. The next high looking left on the daily chart, you can see that red line. That is actually the next high. If I expanded that daily chart, you would see it. So it's not right into it. But if it gets through that in any big way, 1355 is the next high looking left. 1355 on the weekly chart is the next high looking left for CMP. Well, that is ripping, guys. That is some severe rippage right now for CMP. Wow. Didn't get it. Did not get it. CMP though, the next high looking left is 1353. So you can see CMP is here. You can see it's here, and it's also in my momentum scan right here. So CMP showing up all over the place. As is the market. Look at this market again, in sort of choppy action to begin. It's on the 15-minute chart anyway. Pretty choppy action to begin. All right, I'll keep an eye on ALLR. 372. Now the issue could be though, looking left, there looks like there could be some resistance not that far away, but I guess we'll have to see. Oh, I didn't even know this. CMP was an AI play also from us. Okay, so this was the SPAC, guys. It turned into VEEA, I guess. Yeah, VEEA and Plum Acquisition. So this was Plum Acquisition. It is now starting to trade as VEEA. VA. I'll say that. DTSS is halted also. Let's see what's happening with this one. DTSS. GLMB just resumed and popped again. HYZN, guys. HYZN on the move also. Obviously got some room, guys. This has got some room. HYZN has some room. Look at the daily chart. The next high is 363. Let's see if we can settle down, get over three, number one. Probably a low float. Yeah, 4.5 million in the float. Yeah, I don't think it has. Let's see if it has any news. Had some news yesterday. The UV play, of course. VIPs guys, VIPS. This is gonna be a pretty active one. It's a big float, pretty big float. VIPS or China stocks. So the China stocks are on the move. We saw LI, we saw LI, we saw JD. Let's take a look at China overall. KWeb. See what's happening with KWeb. Yeah. So look at this. So yeah, China stocks on the move, guys. There's KWeb. And look at this market right back up now. Another China stock, EEKE. So a lot of the China stocks are doing this. EEKE also on the move. Airlines on the move. I see Delta, DAL, Delta, and I see American Airlines, AAL. Let's take a look at jets. Just to take a look at the ETF for the industry for the sector. Yeah, jets is up. So again, it's all about the fuel prices. Remember, XLE is still the weakest sector, guys. Trying to get back to that 200-day moving average, but well, WHLR just got really ugly. Let's see, take a look at this one, ZNTL. This one had a big day yesterday. However, look what it did. It got up to 545, but it closed way down here at 368. So it's still above, of course, the close of yesterday, but there's the high way up here at 549. Let's see if it holds for. This was all about the FDA lifting its partial clinical hold on its drug. That was the reason for yesterday's action. Okay, for those of you who don't mind the penny stocks, like the real penny stocks, SMSI challenging a dollar again. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is $1.14. I mean, if this really gets rolling, $1.14, and the next high is way up here around almost $2, and that's for SMSI. Remember, see if they had so that is the reason, guys. One of these ones. They said they were going to do a financing, and now they've withdrawn it. So they announce a financing, crash the stock, and then say, you know what? We're not going to do it now. Depends on the time frame you're looking at, Brian. I have a buy indicator right here on the 3-minute chart. Okay, depends on the time frame you're looking at. There's nothing on the 15. So these buy indicators and short indicators, it all depends on the. Well, I can't tell you why in the 1 minute. Didn't meet all the requirements. It's that simple. But on the 3-minute, it does. And I was talking to Brian in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Hewlett Packard is actually trying to get back to 18. Still kind of interested in this one. It gets back over 18, maybe 1810 or so. When is the next contest? I don't know. Maybe next month. I really don't know though. What's next month is October, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's got to pierce though. It's not so much like I don't, I'm not an expert on this, Ryan, but I think it has to pierce the cloud at a certain level. It's not just the fact that the cloud happens to be moving up. It has to pierce the cloud at a certain level. But if you, I don't know if you watched the video that Michael did about it. It may explain it a little bit better. Yeah, when you open the Ripster channel, a video automatically loads. Okay, so you might want to take a look at that. So interestingly, guys, Mara is weakening right now. Mara's weakening right now, and I don't know if Bitcoin is actually weakening. I see Bitcoin is up about $1,000. Mara is weakening. They sell right here. It will help legal, yeah. So when it's ready, it may not be next month. Okay, it might be in November, but we'll certainly know about it, ahead of time, and I'll be able to give them the code. Okay, and thanks for thinking about that. Oops. So ALLR can move down now. So do not trigger for me. All right, Ford. What's Ford doing? Well, Ford's actually another one coming right into some resistance, maybe. Okay, there's Ford. Nice move. Not caring so much about what the market's doing. Okay, which is kind of chopping around, but now looks like it wants to put in a little more of a downtrend. But Ford, the problem is when you look left, look at all that potential resistance on the daily chart. So it's coming in. It's showing up in the large cap gainers from the start of the race, but I can't take it just because it's showing up. I have to also look at a daily chart and a weekly chart to see. Now, man, if it could ever take out 11, maybe not today, but look at this room it's got on the weekly chart. I'm going to put a price alert around 1140. It may not happen today. It may never happen, but if it does happen, because look at the room it's got, $14. I don't think I can't remember the last time I traded Ford. So choppy day, guys. Yeah, remember the CMP just ripped higher, but way up here, almost 13, 12, 1280, and it's pulled right back down. Now, it's pulled back to an interesting level. Well, the VWAP is 1147, so it's below the VWAP now. So, yeah. Yeah, somebody mentioned Redfin just a while back. This is another interesting one, guys. I think this is the one that I think I traded this one last week. RDFN. So this is real estate in the real estate sector. So yeah, I mean, if this holds 14, the real estate sector has been super strong. And again, this is showing up in the large cap movers, okay? Large cap gainers from the start of the race. Well, it was here. Even Macy's, my goodness, Macy's, retailer, of course. Man, I missed, I was thinking, well, I was trying to get this one, but it just ran away from me, the GLND. So now, another new high. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around 14.13 for Redfin. If it gets up there, that'll give me some encouragement that it's trying to hold 14. I mean, I'd like to see the market on our side a little bit, or at least not moving down. Doesn't have to be moving up necessarily, but just stop moving down. Here's another cheap one for you guys. I love cheap ones. Myna, MYNA. Looks like a German stock. Underneath a dollar. Wow, well, this one is really so. This is the SPAC that turned into VEEA, sorry, and this one is ripping here. Well, it was. I don't think it halted again. Yeah, I got halted again. Not a lot of volume. Look at that volume. Putrid. Only 70,000 shares, and it's doing this. And the craziness. I mean, this is not going to last. But look at that. 791 is the halt. Potential open. I mean, this is not going to happen. But this column says 30. Now it says 20. I mean, even 20. I'm sure it's going to open closer to 791. But boy, so far unstoppable. The GLMD. I mean, this was the news after hours yesterday. They regained their compliance with the minimum bid price requirement with NASDAQ. That's GLMD. That news hit after hours. And you can see there was a little bit of action after hours because of that. But here's the main action right now. Here's another one. Wow. Okay. Wait a minute. GDS. The next high looking left is 1814. So that's on the daily chart. GDS. It's showing up on the large cap gainers. I wish there were a little bit more room, but yeah, there's 1774 is there, and then after that, 1814. Wish there was more room. When I say more room, I'm if I look left and the next high was say 1850 or 19. Now, guys, HPE is back. HPE is starting to come back now. It's all about looking left, guys. I mean, that's why I'm interested in it. I mean, the next high is $1 away, so that's why I'm interested in HPE. It's a huge float, but that can make it obviously less volatile. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it works this time. Let's see if HPE holds 18 and starts to move a bit from there. Now, again, I recognize that these sort of plays are they're less exciting than these ones, but witness the Intel yesterday with that huge float. That was a beautiful one, and some of the other ones from the large cappers. Actually, I found some on pullback plays yesterday, which I'm not a big pullback player, but meanwhile, for the excitement, we still have GLMD making a new high after new high. Mobileye approaching 12. Now, is that a good? Yes, look at Mobileye here, guys. And we saw this one a little earlier. So you can see, I mean, if it can take out 12, then the next high on the daily chart is almost 14, okay? 1393 to be exact. So what did it do? It did get to 1212. So why not stick an alert around 1215 and see if it takes it out again? And look at the market. The market can't hurt it right now. Look at this market coming back. And that's what I was kind of hoping for the HPE guys. Talked about boom earlier, guys. BOOM, and the next high again is 1417. That's on a weekly chart. Yeah, I saw that 101. I don't really know what that means. So be it, but okay. Redfin, guys. Okay, so there is Redfin now. making that little move. So the short availability, let's take a look at, was asked to look at the short availability at Interactive Brokers anyway. And there are 100,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Okay. But don't get too hung up, I think, on that 101 per share. I Somebody else would have to really analyze that, I think. Okay, so things to do in Hawaii. How to link IB to Trade Ideas? Just use our external linking tool. Okay, click on Tools. This is from our YouTube room. Click on Tools, External Linking, and then just follow the instructions. Add the link. Okay, add the link, and then where it says what you do is put your pointer in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then hit the Shift key, and you'll see that it'll start to establish the link. The only other thing you have to do is from the from the rule, click Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, that's the only other thing you have to do. Okay, but just follow the instructions. Add link. Put your pointer right in the order entry of Interactive Brokers. Hit the Shift key. You'll see a link is being established, and then you will see in the rule. Just pick Interactive Brokers Live. And then you're good to go. Okay. Now, what that does is allows you, and well, you know this things to do in Hawaii, but anybody else? So when I click on alert, when I click on any symbol within Trade Ideas, a moment. So when I click on any symbol in Trade Ideas, it's going to load into my Interactive Brokers account. Okay, so I don't have to constantly type it into the order entry, and that's where I trade it. I trade it from within IB. What a move on this line, my goodness. So this was relatively bleak right down here. These are not huge moves. I mean, they look like big moves, I guess, these bars, but I mean, this was down to 564. Now we're back up to 565. Okay, did that work for you? Things to do in Hawaii? That's from our YouTube room. Let me know if it worked. I can go over it again. No, okay. So remember the suggested. It looked like it could have opened at 20 or something. Well, of course it didn't. So this opened now. VEEA. Well, 10:12 already. It's pretty fast morning for me, guys. So first thing I'm going to do is just go over my homepage, and I'm going to show you the scans that you can have, the ones that I'm sharing, more than just the ones you see on the screen on the shared monitor. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. If you want to take out a subscription, all right, HPE making a nice little move. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only or the entire year. That's 15% off, okay? As always, if you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. That'll really help to keep the room free. Okay, the room gets credit for the subscription. And again, it goes a long way to keeping the room free. It is that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Runs you through the first 10 short videos. The first one to download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit here. Important introduction to scans and top list windows and alert windows. Okay. So you must do this first. Okay. It won't take very long. If you're Trading 101 is for you. This is a whole series of videos that Michael Nos put together. Michael Nos at Trade Ideas. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Talk of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. Of course, Trade of the Week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section is here. This is a great user guide that we have, nicely laid out. We're getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. I'm going to go over the stock races that I'm sharing. You can see this one right here. This is how you can create your own stock race. Price alerts. You notice I love putting price alerts on my charts all the time. Watch list. So if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. First, there's a lot more in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. Like any other guide, a lot of information. You don't have to learn everything. And daily support. So as I mentioned, Michael Nos will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I do take a break Monday to Friday between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over for me. And again, because it's Tuesday today, it should be Michael Nos. I will confirm that before I do take my break. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, the middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So these are the ones that you can actually see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, the halts resumes, the relative strength leaders from the close, right here. And also this one, the movers, upside movers versus downside movers, right here. So these are the ones that you can actually see, but I am sharing other scans, as you can see. I'm just not displaying them all. I do have the momentum scan on another monitor, which I'm going to go over that one. It's a nice way to kind of highlight and showcase what Trade Ideas is all about. Yeah, DNA. I see DNA is at the top here. Yes. So DNA, when you look left, the next high, wow, 823 on the weekly chart. So this still has room. I'm sure it's a very low float in the end. Actually, I am completely wrong. That float, right? 1.4 million. We saw this one yesterday. I'm very surprised that the float is that big. I think it did have some news, some kind of news. If I can bring up DNA again, I want to see this one. See, I think there was some news on this one. Well, there's some news this today, and I think I saw some news yesterday on it. Oh, that's right. They settled some SEC charges. That was the over the alleged violations linked to its IPO, I guess. So that was the reason. I mean, that's a long time ago, like a long time ago. 2013 was their IPO. Anyway, so they settled all that, and now they have some news more. Launches a new protein LLM model API built on Google Cloud technology. So that is the news for DNA, but that's a massive float. to be moving that much. So trade ideas and what we are all about. So we're fabulous at real-time alerting. A lot of screening programs are out there. They kind of claim to be scanners, real-time alert scanners. Well, we definitely are. So this is an example of a scan that I built, and it's one that I'm sharing. It's called Momo. I right-click on it, click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. So that's a great filter that we've got. This is time of day sensitive. This has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to the time of day. So right now we're at 10:18 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. Bottom line is this: if all the filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we just saw CDX and GIVO, okay, making new highs of the day. 161 for GIVO, meeting all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. And you see GIVO making another new high, DTSS, active. Okay, that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, this is on my homepage. It's the Momo scan on my homepage. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Maybe you don't like something I've got in here, take it out. Up to you, of course. I'm not trying to force what I like onto you, so you can adjust it if you like. Otherwise, you can just take it as is. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'm going to click on search. So you can see right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, there are a lot of other real-time alerts that we've got. I'm going to keep scrolling down. I get to these icons. These are the filters that we've got. So do not get hung up on how many we've got, okay? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all of these different filters that we've got. So please don't look at this and say, man, this is way too complicated. I can't possibly learn all of them. Well, you don't have to. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. Like I said, the price range and minimum volume, things like that. Doesn't mean what I'm not using is no good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. Now, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I say 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to 3. William in the main room, most of the time, not obligated to, but most of the time, we'll keep the main room open until, I'll ask what he's going to do today, maybe till 4 o'clock today. Okay. So that is up to him. Guys, I'm loving it. Seriously, is HPE, you know, okay, 3:30, okay. So maybe 3:30, the room will be open. Well, we were talking about Mobileye. Let's see. Yeah, so I have a price alert set just a little bit above that because if I can take that out, it's got a ton of room. Well, I think there was even more. I mean, I have no idea where HPE is going, and in fact, I'm just taking some off, guys. Okay, I took a few shares in this one. Okay, so I've just taken some off. So I don't mind reducing my position somewhat. But HPE, I mean, I thought I had a dollar. But the next high, yeah, I mean, the next high is here. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. It was 1902. I don't see 1850 anywhere. Oh, fibs. Okay, so I don't look at fibs. So I'll take your word for it, John. I'm not a fibber. So, guys, let me go over the races, okay? And I'm not displaying this one, okay? It's on my other monitor, but you can certainly have it. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? No, I did do it. So the large cap gainers from the start of the race is one of the scans I'm sharing, races I'm sharing. The one that you can see, of course, is this one, but I'm also sharing a couple of others. And if you wanted to look at the ones moving down, large cap stocks moving down, I have that one also. So let me explain what the races are all about. And you see, I'm running a 4-minute race. Now, as I said before, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and then click on the guide. And then in the guide, there is a whole section on TI stock racing. How you can create your own race if you want to. So, what is the race all about? So, I'm running 4-minute races. Okay, okay, guys, mobile eye. Great. Let's see if this has a run in it also now. Oh, look at HPE. I know I took them off at 1829. I'm happy enough to have done that, but over 1832 or 1833 right now. All right, races. Okay, I'm running 4-minute races. Notice that the last one to win was Neon. And what does it mean by winning? Well, I have to wait till 3:30 to get the races going again. Um, okay, well, I just had to start that race again. Notice what's happening though is that when a stock wins a race, it moves into this top 10 position. And what happens is that eventually there will be a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So how does a stock win a race? Okay. So you can see the TDTH right now, it's only up 1.82%, but it is leading the race. So since the race started 30 seconds ago, this is the stock that has moved the most. Okay. Not a big deal. It's only 1.82%. But over the course of this race, the 4-minute race, you can see you'll see some jockeying for position, but who's going to be on top? There's the ILE. But what I would do here is I would click on anything you see, okay, in here, just to see what is happening. Like the GLND, what is happening with it now? Okay, it pulled back to, did get down to the VWAP? Well, actually it did. When you look at that, not right to it, but there's the VWAP at 714, so it did pull back almost into the VWAP. Give me a moment. So that's what the races are really all about. Okay, it's just looking at the stock that has moved the most since the race started, percentage wise. So the question is, well, why are these stocks showing up in here? All right. So if I right click on the race, right click on it and open top list, that's one of the options to do. Open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice this is a top list window, and of course you can create your own. And notice when I right click on a top list window, I can launch the real-time stock race. So why are these stocks here? Well, if I right click on it and click on configure and then summary, so if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2%, at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up here, okay, as a stock in this list of stocks. Now, before we had races, the reason a person would use our top list window would be this. You can sort on any column that you have. So as long as you have the column. So this is C%. That is the change from yesterday's close. So if I right click on it, double left click on it, you can see that GLMD, this is up 111%. Give me a moment. Okay, so GLMD is up 110%, DTSS is up 36%, etc. These are showing the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, meeting my filter requirements and the price range I like, minimum volume, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the first trade of the day, which is the change from the open, I can do the same thing. I can sort on any column header that I got. So again, GLMD up 51%, DTSS 36%, etc. So this is maybe interesting news to have. But what the race does is, for instance, what if there was some stock down here, Groupon as an example, it's up 3.2% from its opening trade. What if for some reason Groupon all of a sudden started to really fly? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. Okay. Well, how would you ever know that? How would you ever know what stock is really moving up in this list? Well, you don't have to. Well, other than staring, but that would be crazy. So that's what the race does for you. It doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or is up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. So that's how it can catch something that is starting to move. Okay. And again, this gives you a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, this race, which brought me HPE, this race is, they're all races are similar. They always have a time duration. And again, you can pick whatever time you want the race to run. Once the race is over, another one will start. And you can see also a top 10 list is built for you. So the difference between this race, the large cap gainers, and this race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, is this. If I right click on it and open this top list, and this top list will have nowhere near the same number of stocks. Oh, well, actually, it's pretty big today. Yesterday it was probably only about 20 stocks, but I guess because the market's moving higher, it's a pretty big list of stocks. Now the difference is if I right click on it and click on configure, and now the summary, I added two filters. One filter is the market cap, so it has to be at least 500 million in the market cap and also 50 million minimum float. So that's why you will not see stocks typically with large percentage moves, okay? This one you can. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, you can see some stocks that have moved 5, 10, sometimes 15 or 20%, even more sometimes. This one you will not. It's just because of the market cap, okay? Guys, I took myself out of that's why I had to delay. I did take myself out of the MBLY for a loss, okay? Manageable loss, of course. We take a look at it later, but I did take myself out of the MBLY. Meanwhile, Neon just got halted on the way down. Okay, on the way down. So again, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me, okay? What is the future of SMSI? No idea. I know it's a high flyer in the free market, but obviously it's giving it up the way you're asking a question, I guess. But let's take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's not good. I mean, it could not take out a dollar. So, I mean, I don't know what the future is, but right now, this is not great. They I think what they did was they said we're not going to do the financing. HPE is still, it's chugging along, guys. So if I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate on a race like this, guys. Okay, this is way more exciting, but with excitement comes very like volatility, and you've got to you got to be very careful. A lot of these are low float stocks. It's not because I've restricted the float on these. It's just that I don't have a float. I don't have a minimum float, so consequently, a stock that's going to move a lot will probably be a low float stock, whereas these ones are not, and with a larger market cap. So these can be, I hate to use the term easier to trade, but they're not as volatile. It's really that simple. It's not as volatile. All right, guys, here's another one. This is a big one from yesterday also. It's doing in terms of lifetime range, so it's way below, but YOU, this has had a great run actually from 18 to 32 in a couple of months. How many times has GLMD been halted? One, not as many as you think. I'm only seeing one. It might have been two. Remember now, if it resumed and then it got halted immediately, sometimes it's not showing up here. But it's not as much as you think, Ricardo. All right, guys, Mobileye now is back up over 12, so I'm getting it. I'll get interested in it again. I think it's got to get to 12.12 again for me. The high today was 12.20. I'm just going to stick a price alert right around, say, 12.11 again, 12.12, 12.11. See if it gets back up there. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to decide on another entry for Mobileye, MBLY. So it's basically where I bought it the first time, and as it started drifting down to 12, I got out. Still have some of the HBE left. So Mobileye's flow, so it's not huge, 96 million. It's not low, but it's not a huge float. Any news on this one? I want to see if there's any news for Mobileye. I don't see any. The only news is it's expected to break even in the near future. All right, guys, back in it. Let's see now if we can hold over 12 again and maybe run a bit with the MBLY. The next high, ooh, okay, I didn't realize that. That's 12.18 is the next high. Well, that was dumb of me. I should have waited for a 12.18 break, but we'll see. Yeah, just okay. So now, so this now actually got halted on the way up again. VEEA. All because it just regained Nasdaq compliance. I mean, that's the only reason. They announced that after hours yesterday. A little pop after hours, got up to almost $5. So you can see it here, you can see it in the momentum scan, and you can see it down here. Lots of places where you could have found. And I repeat that because people ask me all the time, well, where could I have found that one? What scan would have picked that up? Well, I've got three that are picking it up. Yeah, let's see. I don't think there are any shorts for me in Interactive Brokers either for GLMD. The answer is yeah, there's no shorts available for me. Not immediately. I mean, they always talk about how we'll try to find some for you, but obviously I'm not going to wait around for that. Well, the market is holding up here, guys. Holding up here. This was an all-time high right up here, 566, I think. Okay, I got to Dak. Remember now. Don't post in here unless it's specific stocks. Okay. The commission is half a cent a share, though, Paul. I mean, I don't know how many shares you're taking, and sometimes I was told. I mean, if you're taking like, yeah, I don't know how many shares you take typically, but you also told you might be able to negotiate. But I mean, half a cent a share. Really? Wow. Okay. Well, you better negotiate then. You better negotiate then. What are you talking about, Dak? All I said is, in the specific stocks only. I'm just going to keep deleting. Okay. It's for specific stocks only. You know that. All right. Well, just waiting on this Mobileye to see if we can get moving a little bit. Wow. CMP came right back up. Doggone it. I lost sight of it. CMP came right back up. This was an AI alert at 11:38 early before it got up to, wow, 1276 before it pulled back, but gave you another opportunity to get into it. And I just lost sight of it. Well, I don't know. I don't think there was anything no idea, Eric, what caused this pop. At 10 o'clock, we had a bunch of stuff happening. Completely forgot. But at 10 o'clock, we did have business inventories, housing market index, and we have Logan, one of the Fed presidents talking. But right now, I have no idea. I'm surprised that few brokers don't start offering trading at 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey guys, I'm out of HPE, guys. The minute it got back close to that 1830, I got out of it. So it may move again later on. Kind of like the INTC did yesterday, but what I'll do is I will put a price alert up in this area. It may move. Oops, that's INTC. HPE. I'll stick an alert around 1834 and see if later on in the day. I remember this is sort of what Intel did to me yesterday. There's a beautiful move, and then it pulled back, kind of lost sight of it, and then it moved for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, yeah, GLMD, I think it got to 10, didn't it? 10:09. Come on, Mobileye, move. Boy, this one from yesterday is New York City Bank or Community Bank. This one from yesterday just absolutely, I mean, did way more than I thought. It showed up on the large cap gainers. I did not take it, but now look at it over 12. The next high looking left, now that might stall it. Yeah, 12, 12, 14. So let's see if that stalls it or if it takes it out, then it could keep going. And that is NYCB. Big float. I mean, 700 million in the float. It had just a tremendous move yesterday. Okay, Mobileye. It was a forward split. Okay, back in July. Okay. So what I found yesterday, guys, using this, okay, I mean, I'm not a big pull player, but I saw a lot of stocks that pulled back. Okay, now it really depend on the market, but pulled back to a certain level and then ran a little bit from there. So, for instance, let's take a look at GDS. The VWAP is 1775, so it's kind of right at the VWAP area. So this is giving you a little sell flag there, but let's see if this holds, if this VWAP area holds, and then maybe moves. Yeah, so I mean, what room does this have? I mean, this still has room. I mean, the next high for this, meaning CMP, CMP still has some room on the weekly chart anyway. 1353 is the next high. So, I mean, it got up to 1286 before it pulled back, just over the VWAP now. Yeah, I'll stick an alert around 1216, which is taking out the highs of those 15-minute candles and see if that gets it moving. And this is not an earnings play. I don't even know when they release earnings, but what they're doing, they're giving preliminary Q3 numbers. Okay. They're giving preliminary. So I don't know when they actually release earnings. We don't have an earnings date here. And obviously, whatever they're saying, the market's liking it. They should have taken Intel. Look at Intel now. INTC. I mean, look at the room this has got. Its high looking left is 2212, so it's above that now. I mean, look at the room Intel has got. I mean, it's had a bunch of news yesterday and today. Next high is 3147. I mean, this stock is still like disastrously down. I mean, look at its position in lifetime range. So if you could have a lifetime candle, okay, for a stock, it would be way down here. That's at 7.4% red. So if again, if you had a lifetime candle, it would be way down at the bottom. Whoa, look at GLMD now. Now I'm really jealous. Over 11. Or was over 11. Place. So let's take a look at Place. So that was a massive one from last week on earnings or the week before. I'm not seeing Place anywhere, so I'm going to have to type it in. Hmm. I mean, since earnings, I mean, it's had just a fantastic earnings release. This was also an AI alert for us. Okay, right here on that day, and ever since, it has been a great continuation play off earnings. One, two, three, and now the fourth day up. Oh, I jinxed it. JMLD. Okay. And all right, here's another one on the move, guys. I think I saw this one yesterday. RZLV, a little pop here, not on much volume though, but a little pop here. Now on the daily chart, it looks like wow. Okay, this looks like it's got room to 816 is the next high looking left, I do believe. Yes. Yeah. So keep an eye on this one, guys. It has room. RZLV has room. There's a pop here. Not much volume. Okay, only 116,000 shares have traded. This is, I guess, a recent IPO, or it started trading as this stock here. Just give me a moment. All right, you guys are talking about IGMS also. IGMS is on the move. I see this one in the momentum scanner. IGMS is on the move. Not a low float, or not a high float, should say. 20 million in the float. Okay, guys, and this one had a crazy. Is this the one? SNOA? Yeah, this had a crazy action in the pre-market. Yeah, 8:45. This got up to $4.70. Pulled all the way back down to 3.35. A little bit over four now. Okay, and that is for the SNOA. You might want to take a look at this one. The next high is 444, 444 on the daily chart, but it did get above that in the pre-market. So that is SNOA. It did have some news. Received new FDA clearance, or sorry, new FDA 510K clearance. Not sure what that means exactly, but so there was a little bit of news on this one that, and it popped on that news, but then it, just almost got destroyed. Well, great earnings release, John. I mean, that's what it was all about. It was had great earnings and just a classic continuation of earnings for Place Children's Place. Yeah, so we've got about the same. The float 1 million, we've got 937,000. So that's about the same. So it's crazy low. They Well, mobile has been putting me to sleep, but it's still pennies above my entry, so I won't get rid of it. Yeah, just not enough volume. I mean, RZLV came out of the halt, dropped a little bit. But hmm, just give me a moment. Oh, good. I'm glad I held off. I'm really glad I held off. This almost met my requirements of taking something after a halt. Yeah, I mean, it is just very, very whippy. Look at the spread. Look at the spread. 711, 7, well, it was 711, 760, 728, 760. Indicative of a stock that really, I mean, the volume isn't there. I mean, yeah, it looks okay now, but boy, you had to deal with a wicked volatility when it came out of its halt. Look what it got down to. Down to 678. Well, this has got a little bit of room, guys. The Relmada RLMD has got some room. Looking left, well, the high today or the high this week was 380. It's probably today's high. Yes. No. Well, the high last week was 393. So it's got some room, 343 right now. Well, I mean, NYCB now is at that weekly high. Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart and see where it could keep going. So on a monthly chart, the next high looks like around 1320. So there's room on a monthly chart for this to keep going, and that's the NYCB. Hmm. It's a big float, 700 million in the float, but that did not stop it from moving higher and higher all day yesterday, basically. I mean, it got as high 1159, closed down here 1144. Ooh, jeez. All right, guys. Well, 1107. So I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Michael Nos in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Well, IGMS, what's the deal on this one? Don't see any news on this one that I can quickly find for IGMS, but it's been on a tremendous run, guys. I mean, not that long ago, this was a $10 stock, basically almost a double in, say, a week and a half. IGMS probably had some news back here. Let me check my our news. Okay, I'm glad I backed off on this RZLV. It is now halted on the way down. It's just way, 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 way too volatile, and that spread was crazy at times, which basically just tells me don't trade it. Hey guys, give me one moment. Just going to do a quick stretch. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm watching that mobile eye. It just seems stuck right here in the 12, 10 level. Market is starting to, yeah, a little bit of a drift down, not nothing, nothing harsh yet. Oh, look at Intel. I should have taken this one again on that large cap gainers. Should have taken the NYCB on the large cap gainers. All right, let me take a look at GDS and see if it's setting up again. Not really. It's a lot more choppy than the other ones. Airbnb, I haven't seen that one for a long time. The Airbnb. Yeah, I'm not loving this SNOA, guys. I thought maybe if it could hold in that 415 level, but look at this now. So, not loving the SNOA. Whoa. So talk got up to 250 and then right back down to 216. So now, did it hit a VWAP there? Now, right through the VWAP, 230 is the VWAP. I'm surprised. There were a lot of shares available for short for me at Interactive Brokers, 7.3 million. Wow, IGMS guys, IGMS now through $20. Briefly. Well, I don't know where there's any resistance. I'm looking at. I don't know where there's any resistance. Let me back this out on the monthly chart. So the next high on the monthly chart is 2237. 2237. So there is on a monthly chart, there is some room for IGMS. Whoa, boy, you look at the spread. I mean, this is 2016, What's these? Yeah, the float, 20 million in the float. That is one of the reasons, I guess, why the spread is as it is. All right, come on, Mobile. I break out a little bit. Well, I saw A-Lab. A-Lab was showing up in the large cap gainer scan. Let me find the A-Lab. I don't see it. It's not on the list right now, but it was definitely in the, yeah, it was in the list when it was doing this. This is one of, you see, this is what I was talking about, that I'm finding that, here, I can find a lot of these on decent little pullback plays. Now, what did A-Lab pull into? The 45.36, 45.36. So you can see a little bit above the VWAP. That's where it pulled into, a little bit above the VWAP. Ah, look at this chop on the market, guys. Probably looks worse than it is. If I back this well, but, we're getting okay. Not a big move yet, but for Mobileye. All right. Well, IGMS holding over 20. Sorry. Yeah, holding over 20 now. All that has to happen is that bid to catch up to the ask. Kind of like that. Kind of like that, guys. Look how that bid. Well, I don't know if you're watching like I was. You're talking about the IGMS. Okay, well, finally, a little bit of a move now for a Mobileye. Putting some price alerts a little bit above. Maybe try to induce it a little bit more. This again in the large cap gainers right there, won four races. Ah, oh, if it were only this simple, just putting price alerts and have it move higher every time I put one. Hey guys, turn TERN. I just saw that briefly in the large cap gainers. Briefly, it was over 10. Oh, right here. Okay. So this one, next high looking left is 11. Okay, keep an eye on this one for sure. Keep an eye on this one for sure, guys. The next high looking left is 11, 11 right at 11. Get back to a weekly chart here. Oh, IGMS, look at it go now, guys. Oh man, got to keep an eye on this turn, guys. TERN, not a big float, not low, but not big. 56 million in the float. I mean, it's just over $10. The longer it goes over that, I'm going to stick an alert around 10, 11. And again, it's all because of the room it's got when you look left. All right, just had a confirmation. It will be Michael Nos in our YouTube room when I do take my break in about 40 minutes. Oh, IGMS, guys. He was at 20 break. Right, well, you could have got in earlier, of course, but that 20 break, looking left, a ton of room. All right, so this one just got halted. Oops, on the way down. This got halted on the way down. PGHL halted on the way down. Okay, so this is CAPR. This is why I didn't want to take it earlier, but CAPR now through the 200-day moving average. This is an AI alert. 461 was the alert. Got up to 495. I was a little reluctant because of that 200-day moving average, but it is now above it. Okay, guys, I'm trying the turn. Okay, I'm trying the turn, TERN, and as long as it holds over 10, if it doesn't, I'm out, but has some room. Showed up on the large cap gainers. Yeah, it might be a quick exit. The one thing I do notice that the relative volume is only basically it's just trading normally. Now, a lot of that is skewed because of what happened last week when they did 40 million shares that week. It went from $8 up to 11.40. Well, there's Hewlett Packard back up there again. And I thought maybe this one just started trading, I guess. FHTX, or did it? For some reason, I had a price alert set up here. Foghorn Therapeutics. I had a price alert set up here. This is that an all-time high? No. And I put this price alert, I don't even know when. All I can tell you, 917. So no, no, I don't know when I put the price alert. I'd have to. There's a way I can find out, but I don't know when I put it. It wasn't today though. So you can see this does not trade very much. 143,000 shares, but that represents seven times normal. So this does not trade very much. Yeah, that was a beauty, John. Yeah, I'm talking about that. That pullback. I'm not a big pullback player, but saw a lot of those yesterday. Now look at you. Well, you also, man. These large cap gainers. How about Victoria's Secret? What is it doing? Jeez, it's got room. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's got over $1 to that next high, 25.58. So the Capri or Capricorn Therapeutics, the next high looking left is around 530, 527, 526. That's the next high looking left on the weekly chart for it. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, Novavax also. Novavax is on that large cap gainers. Let's take a look at what Novavax is doing. NVA, yeah, another one. Wow. There's just a ton of these on the large cap gainers. Look, they're not as dynamic as these things, but man, they're giving us some really nice moves. And the market's not hurting, obviously, with the market being up. All right, even turn. Come on. What? Oh, that's Give me a moment, guys. Get rid of all these. Okay, guys. So I'm still in the Mobileye, and I'm still in the turn, of course. I have basically exited most of the IGMS, but still in the Mobileye and still in the turn. There's another one moving, guys. Rhythm, RYTM, RYTM. Not, this is not a low floater, or sorry, not, actually, I'm surprised. Wait a minute. Okay, it meets the criteria of being a large cap mover. But I might even up this. Yeah, I've got a price range of 50 on that. So I think I'm going to up that price range a bit. So here's how you can do it simply. I'm going to put it at 75. Upgrade to 77. Okay. Always good to know. All right, GLMD guys, trying to get above 10 again. Man, I wish I got. I thought the IGMS, because of the float, I thought maybe it would really start to give some up, but not even close. The spread was always a little bit wonky, 30.64, but I was able to use that nice little feature at IB to pick some kind of a midpoint. Now, mid does not mean halfway, okay? It just means somewhere in between. Sometimes sometimes it doesn't work as well as I think it should, but yeah, I wish I had all my position now. This is just ripping here. What is the reason for this? I don't see any news today for it. Anybody got any news for this one today? IGMS. I mean, it's had a tremendous week. Last week it was a $9 stock at the bottom. And where to find it? Well, momentum scan right there. Not going to find it on the large cap gainers because the float is too low. Has to be at least 50 million. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, William. April 17th. I mean, I've got nothing on that one. I mean, well, there's got to be something going on, obviously. And it's not well, you know what it could be? It could be one of these that because of that high short flow percent, 26%, there could be some scans, designed for that and picking it up from that for that reason. Yeah, it does want more, doesn't it? Who knows? Maybe it takes out that high right there. That high right there. I never got this one, guys. I never got into this one. 1120, and I think it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. GLMD just got halted. Nicely done. Retired Fido a little while ago at 11:10. You mentioned a flag was forming on GLMD. This is in our YouTube room at 11:10. The time. Well, let's see where it could open. No clue, really. I mean, that's there's the halt at 11:20. There. I mean, it's saying 11:21. I refuse to believe it's going to open here. There we go. Imagine 1270. Imagine. I don't think it's going to open at 1270 either, but oh well. All right. Well, maybe they. I wonder why though. It was. I guess. Okay. Potentially, it was the richest saying that it was presenting at some summit today. Maybe in advance of it, people thought, okay, if you're going to appear at one of these things, I think we're going to stand in front of people and saying, well, we've got a horrible company. So maybe that's the reason. In advance of that, that's all. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's the reason, Rich. Thank you for that. Yeah. Look at Bitcoin now, up $3,000. Fast morning, guys, for me anyway. 11:37, so another 20 minutes for me, and then I'm out of here for an hour. Michael Nos will be taking over. Now, remember, Michael is. You want to ask some questions about the buy and the sell flags and things like that. I haven't had a real chance to pay attention to anything. This is sort of, open a new dimension for me on trading some of these large cap gainers. Hey guys, I'm out of the mobile eye basically flat. I just did not like the way that thing was trading. And wow, it's now $12, so I'm out of it. I was trying to have patience, a lot of patience up here. But the minute it started moving down, it said, you know what, just get out of it. There's got to be other things that are easier to look at. So I'm out of the mobile eye and the LY. It may go without me later, but I don't care. Okay, now what I'm looking for, what I like to see are some of the ones that are near the whole number. Okay, so here's rhythm, RYTM, and right at that whole number now. And GLMD just resumed. and just made a new high. GLMD just made a new high now, just because it regained NASDAQ compliance. So that one is coming right into the 200-day moving average. I know this is an AI alert, also 327. That's a great move. It's a great move percentage wise. But there it is right there, the 200-day moving average at 378. So that could stall it, but that's a great move from our AI, 327 up to 361 now. That's a 10% move. Capri, CAPR, and now that did get through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left, that's another one from our AI, 461, $5. As you said earlier, William, it's a good thing you didn't have shorts available for GLMD. Okay, now there's the big pull. Well, I don't know, big, but there's the pullback now for IGMS. All right, yeah, that's pretty big. Boy, this one just got hammered down. It's down 41% now, guys. PGHL. This was a $22 stock yesterday, $10 now. I can't see exactly why. But this was an IPO. Sorry, this was an IPO back in July, priced at $4. So it's still, so this actually had a heck of a great run off the $4 IPO. But whatever happened today, maybe just intense profit taking. I don't know. Yeah, no kidding. Reminds you of JBDI. Yeah. All right. Retired. Nicely done on the JLMD in our YouTube room. Moderna. So this is now in the large cap gainers also because I upped the price range to 75. So Moderna, but it's too extended for me now. But interesting, maybe if it pulls back. The VWAP is at 72.37. That would be a pretty big pullback though. GSUN, man, haven't seen this one for a while. Is this yeah, halted on the way down? Halted on the way down. GSUN halted on the way down. GSUN. Yeah, that is a big rug pull for GLMD. High of around 1270, so a $2 drop. But let's take a look. Well, the VWAP is it's way down there at 833. So you see how the RLND got rejected at the 200-day moving average. 200-day. Take a look at the actual price, 377, and the 200-day is 378. So you see why I'm always aware. And my recommendation is that you should be aware of where that 200-day moving average is also on any trade you're in, just to see, if it's close to the current price. Is a stock moving down into it? It could act as support, or moving into it on the upside, it could act as resistance. Okay, guys, mainly because I'm gonna be on a break pretty soon. I scrounged it a little bit on the turn, okay, TERN. I'm gonna excuse me, I'm taking my break in about 15 minutes, so, I just don't see it. Maybe if it gets over 10:20 later on, but I'm also gonna be taking a break, so I don't wanna be hanging on to it. Alright, guys, I'm back. Cheers, John. Okay, Rocket now. Rocket, RCKT, what are you doing? Okay, so this is kind of, in that little pullback mode, okay? This is the large cap gainers. This is in the pullback mode right now. What's this? VWAP is 2087. So it's, I'd like to see it pull back a little bit more. Boy, IGMS has been all over the place. All over the place. I think it got into the 18s, back up to 19 something. Yeah, look at that. 17. Oh, well, I see Mobilize back up, but let's see. I mean, I may get back into it later on. I may, if it, but it's going to really have to hold in that 12, 20, 25 mark. There just have to be, for me, there just have to be slightly, not easier. Well, I guess easier ones to look at. Well, data is on the move. DADA for some reason is on the move. The next high looking left, pretty close. Now we're at 128 right now. There's some highs right around the 130 mark. So for some reason, data is having a bit of a day. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. So getting close to my break, about 9 minutes. Michael Nos should be in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes. So what I'm going to do now, new, do now, is to put the YouTube link in to the main room. So you're going to head over and listen to Michael while he's there for his hour. Again, he's not there yet, but he'll be there very soon. Have any news? Oh, okay. So this is the news for CAPR today. So they're partnered with Nippon Shinyaku for a European commercialization of Aerosol. Okay, so that is the news. So they did have some news today, and again, the next high looking left. It's got some room still. It does have some room still. Yeah, not really, as you know, or as I tried. You get another shot. Dara Maya Dara Mayacel. How's that? Dara Mayacel. That's probably it. You know what? I saw this one yesterday. This was a ripper yesterday. This SYM. This was a ripper yesterday from that scan from the large cap. So some volume just came in. SYM popping it now. The next high looking left. How close is it? It is $25, guys. So there is some room for the SYM. I'm not taking it because I'm going to be on my break, but just pointing it out. If you've got this, the large cap gainers, here it is. It's on my homepage. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to put my announcement up there. Don't go yet. Michael is not there yet, but I just want to put my announcement up. So the next thing that could affect the market will be at 1 o'clock. We've got a bond auction at 1 o'clock. And then I think there's something else at 2 o'clock. I have no idea how much effect it's going to have, but yeah. So actually, yeah. So we've got the $13 billion 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. That could affect the market. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got Treasury buyback results. So at 1 o'clock and at 2 o'clock, a couple things that could affect the market. All right, guys, how's that rhythm doing? RYTM? Well, not bad. I mean, it's still hanging over $54, and that next high. So it's above that high right there. Of course, that was 53.92 on the weekly. So it appears that it has some room to keep running if it wants to, and that is rhythm. No disconnect today in the market. The Dow's up and the Nas is up about the same. So there's no disconnect between the value and growth stocks. All right. Wow. Look at this PGHL. Unbelievable. Look at this one. You're right. It is like the JBDI. Not quite as dramatic, but pretty bad. PGHL got halted on the way down, opened. Boy, there were shorts available too, 154,000 at Interactive Brokers. Halted on the way down again. Ooh, I missed this one. Look at the move it had. Yeah, SNOA. I missed it. I was looking at this in the $4 level. Shoot. This GLMND, this is the type of stock that, believe it or not, I'm going to put a price alert at the high, 1269. Later on in the day, if it could maybe challenge that and pop right through it. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael. Michael should be here. What time is it now? 11:58 and 30 seconds. So he should be here within a minute or so. It's pretty wild action on the SNOA, guys. I mean, again, in the pre-market, it got up to 470, and then it just went kersplat right down to 334, and now right back up. And LI was on that large cap gainers earlier, also LI, and it is now, wow, look at this. China stock, of course. Do I hear some breathing in the YouTube room?
Hi, Barry.
I think I do. Okay, I hear you. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room right now. So let me put myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Michael Nos into our YouTube room. Good afternoon, Michael. It is afternoon for you.
Absolutely, it is. Good afternoon, Barry. Saw you talking about Li Auto there. Did you see the Trade Wave buy ticket on pretty much everything China related, right? If you look at K-Web or JD, which I just did a video about for the channel. Yeah, this data, right? Everything.
Mm-hmm. Michael, I apologize. I have not been able to pay that much attention to, I do have the test one up, but I guess that just gives you one alert at the very beginning of the day, right? It's on a daily chart?
Yeah, or anything that that comes in. It can come in throughout the day, right? But because it's a daily chart, right, and we're looking at moving average crossovers,
right?
There's not going to be many. But yeah, that certainly can. It's just not going to go crazy. But the idea is that if this is working, which in a lot of cases it seems to be, then yeah, I'll do a weekly and I'll do an intraday, and then we'll build some channels and kind of go from there. So
okay. But the other ones, unfortunately, I just have not been. I've got so much going on. I'm really I'm changing my tune quite a bit here in talking about the large cap gainers. I have a large cap gainer from the start of the race,
Mm-hmm.
and man, it is giving some just for the last 3 or 4 weeks. It gives a lot of great trending plays that I'm finding anyway, and even little pullback plays that I'm not don't usually take, or I'm not on the lookout for, and some nice pullback plays, and it almost doesn't matter what the market's doing, almost. And so I've
That's
been that's
that's
where I
interesting,
found
especially
info yesterday.
for large cap names, because large cap names usually the bigger the cap, the closer it right, tracks the overall market. So that's
Exactly.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the stock got to be up a couple 2% from yesterday's close for it to be on here. So it'll be a relatively strong stock. And the large cap, I have a minimum of half a billion in the half a billion market cap and a 50 million float. Other than that, it's just I think 500,000 shares and $1 to $75 price range and up 2% from yesterday's close. So I mean,
500 million shares is a
no,
large cap.
500 million market cap.
Yeah, I mean 500 million market cap. That's not even a small cap company, technically.
No.
Just shows the universe that you're used to, right? That's a big step up.
No, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah. But that's why I wanted to see these large cap gainers. What I call a large cap. I mean, I know people out there probably think 2 billion has to be the market cap to be a large cap. But no,
10.
500 million.
10 billion is 10 billion is technical. Two to 10 is a mid cap, or it'd be in the
I want to see some
MDY.
Stocks. Otherwise, I wouldn't see anything probably.
Yeah, the MDY. A lot of people, a lot of investors I know, focus entirely on that mid cap, that $2 to $10 billion range, because the idea is that they're big enough that they're not crap companies. That they've gotten big enough that they're not just complete utter junk that's going to disappear tomorrow, but they're not so large that they have nowhere to grow. Like what's Apple going to do? Like double from here overnight? Yeah. It's such a large company. There's just no way. So they focus a lot on this $2 to $10 billion for swing trading and investing and day trading and everything. So a lot of people I know do that.
Well, I'll start at 500 million, and because sometimes when I look at my top list that I've got, like yesterday there were only like 10 stocks in it, believe it or not. Today there's a lot more, I guess, because the market's up. But many days I only have about 10 or 15 stocks. So, and that's with just 500 million. So if I put 2 billion, I'd probably get 2 or 3 a day, which may not be the worst thing, I guess. But
may not be.
May not be. Anyway, Michael,
always cool to play around.
Yeah, got some stuff to do. So we'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Talk to you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, giving Barry some much deserved time off and opening up the room to just some live Q&A, chatting about the markets, chatting about whatever it is that you guys need help with when it comes to trading or trade ideas. And as always, make sure you ask questions, right? We don't have anything prepared. We don't really have anything, crazy to talk about because we're waiting, right? We're waiting for questions. So we don't want to, have this big pre-prepared script and then not be able to ask and help out with questions when the time comes. So in the meantime, you're just going to see me go through and do my homework, because I haven't really looked at the market too much today, other than knowing that China was phenomenal. Because I did this video that you can always check out these videos on the channel. I'm calling them Trade Wave Tuesdays, where I'm using this new trade wave indicator to basically manage trades that I'm interested in. And doing that, and creating. I can show you here, creating this paper portfolio. So far, we've only had 2 weeks. So we bought UNG last week. We actually bought $20,000 worth in the paper portfolio right here at $4.32. I sold half as it pushed up, but not because I wanted to take profits, just because originally I was thinking to split the $100,000 portfolio into 5. Now I think I'm going to split it into 10, and the reason for that is mainly for for content, right? Is that I want to make sure that I can make a video every single week based off of what's going on. So that's the idea behind that. So make sure you follow along with that series. It's going to be interesting. The idea is, again, basically every Tuesday, I'm going to find something that is triggering a buy ticket in the trade wave indicator that I've done some technical analysis on, and I like for some reason outside of that. We're going to take the trade in paper, and I'm going to track it and sell it when the cloud breaks in the other direction. So to show people, which is the primary thing, to show people what it is that we are able to do and we're able to look at when it comes to that, right? So the idea is people to show people kind of the entire process of how someone like myself, who likes to trade as little as possible to still be profitable, would approach something like this, right? So the idea is that I scan, I find a bunch of trades that I like for whatever reason, and then I wait for the buy ticket to buy, and then I either sell when there's a sell ticket, or we get a close under the cloud is going to be the main ticket there. So that's the idea. What I'm sure is going to happen, just based off the testing that I've done when it comes to trade wave and what we know about trend following systems, is I will be right less than half the time. But when I'm right, I'm going to make way more than I lose when I'm wrong, and then away we go. So that's the idea behind this series. So again, it's going to be on the channel. I'm going to put out a video every single Tuesday. There's also a playlist that I will update there as well. That will be just called Trade Wave Tuesday, and we're going to have another video every Tuesday. And again, the first thing I'm going to do in the video is wrap up what the portfolio is doing, and then then I'll place the trade live on the video so you guys can see that as well. And so far we don't have any data, but as we get data, I'm going to use something that I think is a partner of Trade Ideas, like a Trader View, or even just an Excel spreadsheet, and walk everybody through what the portfolio performance is, hopefully keeping this going for a long period of time, for a year or more, just to show this is what trading a system like this would look like. I think that kind of thing could certainly help new traders, as opposed to buy the thing because you do it. But again, what I love about TradeWave, again, as a chartered market technician, as somebody who's been trading for a very long period of time, is I know that the more things that you can systematize in your trading, the better. And what TradeWave does is, again, no magic indicator that's gonna, if you took every TradeWave ticket you bought or you saw just blindly, based on my testing, you would make money in the long run. It wouldn't be crazy, but you would make money in the long run just by doing that. But the idea is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to systemize the entry and exit, and then your entire job then is stock selection. So that's what I'm doing with the series, where my entire focus is finding stocks that I think are going to trend, because that's going to be, right, the trade wave is going to get you in, it's going to get you out, it's going to do all that stuff for you. But it's up to you to decide what you want to buy and why. So that could be fundamentals, that could be a story. You could like something because it's a story that makes sense to you. It's something that's going on in the world that you think would benefit off XYZ. And then once you have that idea of why you like a certain security, whether it's technical reasons or fundamentals or story or whatever, phases of the moon, whatever it is you want to say, by systematizing the entry and systematizing the exit of that particular strategy, you're just kind of unloading that part of the trade to a system and to your brain, right? So so definitely check it out, follow along. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be cool to watch what I think is going to be sub 50-50 win rate over the long run actually end up doing well. Does the EMA cloud have to be on the 10-minute chart? Nope. Be on whatever time frame of chart you want, and it will adapt to whatever time frame you're after, right? So if I change this to a weekly chart, you see that the buy and sell tickets change, right? If I change this to a 30-minute chart, you can see again the buy and sell tickets change again. So it doesn't matter, right? Whatever time frame you're after. That's the whole point, is because what it's doing is it's using moving averages, it's using price relative to those moving averages, and then some kind of cute fancy math in the background, and just saying, hey, moving averages are the cloud is pointing higher, you're above the cloud, that's going to trigger a buy, and away you go, right? You could go all the way to something like 1 minute, right? And you're going to see different buys and sells there. So I would just put it on whatever time frame interests you the most, right? If you're someone who wants to be in and out of trades very quickly in a scalping manner, then you'll use a lower time frame. If you're somebody who's like an investment type person, then you just use it in a higher, right? So one of the scans I'm going to do for TradeWave is going to be on the weekly chart. Right? Could you imagine something like NVIDIA on the weekly chart where you're, buying here at 11 and you're selling at 40, and then you're buying back in at 50, and then I guess you'd still be in. But at the very least, the way I would do it, you're selling at 120, right? So you're making 5x on the first trade, and then another 2-3x on the second trade. So on the weekly chart, right down to the 1 minute chart, again, it's whatever you're after. Good morning. Does reducing the number of columns help with exploring? Yes. Or help with performance? Yes. Yeah, the more data you're pulling from the system, the more data your computer has to compute. So the less columns, then the less data your system has to compute, and therefore the speedier. I would say, depending on your system, it would be the amount of windows that would affect it more than the amount of columns, right? Needless windows is going to affect if you are having performance issues, but it's not activity monitor on this. What is it? You just do Control Delete. And that task manager, I keep forgetting. I'm a Mac guy. I keep forgetting what it is on Windows. All right, so my TI Pro, and this isn't an insane. So I have a it's a little box computer. It's only a little bit bigger than my hand. I think it's a mini PC or whatever they call it. And because I'm a Mac guy, so I have this little mini computer, and this runs Trade Ideas, and it runs some other softwares that I use. Although more and more, I'm able to do more and more in the web version of Trade Ideas on a Mac, which I love. And yeah, so this is not a incredibly powerful computer by any means. And you can see with what I have open, it's like 1 to 3% CPU usage on Trade Ideas. And right, this is what I have open. I don't use craziness. I've got a handful of different charts and windows and things like that. Nothing crazy. So while we chat about it, I want to continue to set up my TradeWave dashboard, which is this one. So we're going to right click, in case you didn't know, at the top of the dock, and we're going to click change title, and we're just going to call it TradeWave 2s. Let's get rid of this. I'm just kind of trying to build something that I can show for when I do the presentations. And for that, we're going to start with a top list, and I'm going to create a symbol list, and we're going to create a new symbol list. I should do this slower. Yesterday I bought premium, still cannot understand how to let Holly trade on chosen ticker. So Holly doesn't trade your chosen tickers, right? Holly trades, the AI trades whatever it deems necessary to trade that day, right? So let's go take a look at just the AI channel as a whole. Right, so what Holly's doing each night is running a whole bunch of combinations of testing different strategies, and then it's deciding what it is it's going to take a look at. One moment, sorry. So what it's doing is it's kind of spitting out, here's what it wants to get trade. Right? So when you want to take a trade, you either make sure your Brokerage Plus is connected to Interactive Brokers and you've followed all the steps to do that. And then you can just right click and trade. And then you can trade it with whatever setups that you would like to trade it with. Or you can just go and type in the order ticket down here manually. The connection to Interactive Brokers and making sure that you are paying for all of the right data fees and everything, that's going to be super important. But yeah, so you just see it come up, you fill in your order ticket, you hit the go button, and hopefully it works for you. All right, so I'm hitting tools and symbol lists. I'm going to create, or we can just delete a couple of these that I don't care about. Create a new list, and we're going to call Trade Wave 2s. Thank you. The only way is to preset the strategy first. Yeah, so what I would do is first determine whatever your risk tolerance per trade is. It's one of the reasons why we can't really set it up for you, because that's going to be, somebody with a multi-million-dollar account might be risking $1,000 a trade. Somebody with a six-figure account may be risking a couple hundred a trade, and someone with a $10,000 account might be risking $50 a trade, right? So it's going to be different depending on what it is you're after. So what you need to what you're going to need to do is set that up, and then I would create a couple presets, and basically where the stops go is what I would focus on for your presets. So, if you're buying something like SENS, well, the goal from this is you're buying something as it's selling. So this is a revision of the mean kind of a trade. So putting the stop at the low of the day wouldn't make a lot of sense here. So here you may want to use like a percentage base or an ATR base stop or something like that for that particular strategy. Something like, I think, data that is looking to buy things as it's breaking higher, then maybe putting the stop at the low of the day would make a little bit more sense. So very much a big fan, like I was talking about before. The more you can systematize, in my opinion, the better. So what I think makes a lot of sense to focus on is setting up a bunch of presets so that you limit your the amount of thinking and the amount of calculating you have to do. And if you define your per trade risk based off each of these strategies, then when you click through them and click a button, depending on what that risk unit is, it will just do the math for you, right? So yeah, if it's sending an incorrect value, you'll have to, easiest way, first go help, and then send files to support here, and then email that in, because what that will first do is it will upload all of the data. We'll be able to see your presets. We'll be able to see the order that was sent to TWS. We'll be able to see how that TWS value then calculated that. You'll be able to see all of these aspects and then check them out. And again, the main thing is if you are not paying for the TWS data subscription, then that's something you will absolutely need, because generally speaking, a lot of problems will occur where if TWS is giving you bad real-time data, which they do not include by default, then what it's reading versus what we're sending it end up being mismatched, because we have real-time data and they don't. It is obnoxious. I wish they just gave their clients real-time data, but what do you do? That's the broker. So you have to hit send files to support, pop those files over, and then we'll have more information when you email in to say, hey, this is what's going on, because we can look through the logs, we can see what the system sent, how many times buttons were clicked, right? All of that kind of stuff, and then we really, really know kind of what's happening, right? Sweet, thanks. So TradeWave Tuesday, we're going to put in JD and UNG because those are the only two tickers, and then we'll build some scans. So we'll go new and topless window, and we'll grab the My Liked window. And for those who don't know, any window in Trade Ideas, besides the Market Explorer window, you can actually point to whatever symbolist you want. So I'm building a new, and I'm just using an existing top list, but I'm going to point it to this TradeWave Tuesday account that I just built. So when this window loads, it will just have JD and UNG on it. There we go. And then from now, I can just make this going to be a really silly looking tree map, but I can just do this into a tree map view, and I can launch a race from there. We'll just put that there. Again, it's very silly right now because there's only 2 holdings, but after a few weeks of trading, maybe there'll be 10 or 15 holdings. And this is a good way to keep track of it. And then it's all linked to, move this down a bit like that. And then it's all linked to this and this. So as I click through things, I can then update. There, do that. So as I click through these, I can update the chart, because the idea is that I want symbol linking docked window and symbol linking docked window. So now I can click through these and I can see what's moving on the TradeWave watch list right there. So that's how you just set up a little dock. Let's save this to the cloud, of course, based off of what you're watching. So now every time I open this up, it'll be set up and ready to go for TradeWave Tuesday. So I just noticed one of your windows says Market Explorer. So Market Explorer is just a way to have more flexibility for us on the back end than the normal Trade Ideas system. What we, in return, we limit user customization. So you can't customize anything in the you can't customize anything inside the Market Explorer window. Those are customized by us, but we pre-build these existing strategies for you. So this one's TI Strength. We have a lot of literature about TI Strength in the help doc and on our website. This is an algorithm that I created that essentially ranks every stock in the market every 30 seconds by how strong they are on a daily chart. So this is a swing trading strategy. The idea is that we know buying stuff that's going up does better than buying stuff that's going down. So if we can constantly rotate into the strongest names out there, we can end up doing pretty well when it comes to that. So, and then if you just right click and under select strategy, these are all the strategies that are currently there. We have just basically sorted by indicator, right? So under Bollinger Band, these are going to be stocks that have the tightest Bollinger Band that they've had in an entire year. This is something, again, we can do inside of the Market Explorer that we can't do inside of the normal product. But again, what you make up for in power, you lose in customization. So that's what that is. So that, simply put, these are pre-built strategies for different people out there, right? There's people who trade, the strat, which is a trading style. There's ones that scan for support and resistance. So, for example, let's find stocks that are at resistance in the daily chart in the short term. And then as we click through here, all these stocks are going to be hitting some sort of resistance level. Right, you can see them on the chart. So this allows us to do some really cool stuff. We can do it with math in the back end, but again, because of the amount of raw computational power that is required to do these, we can't allow a bunch of customization, or our servers would just melt entirely. Michael, do you enter when the cloud is getting thick? Well, what I'm doing for TradeWave Tuesdays, again, is I am discretionarily deciding what to trade based off of a bunch of different, just, again, I'm a chartered market technician. I've been doing this for many, many moons. So something like UNG I'm interested in because it looks like it may be undercutting this prior support at $15 and then could be pushing higher. So what I'm doing is I am going through these charts and manually and discretionarily myself deciding, hey, this stock is pulling back. I want to buy it if it recovers, this, that, and the other thing. Or this, the stock is pulling back and it's very strong and I'm looking for it to continue. But then I am waiting for just the buy ticket to print on the daily chart, and that's where I'm going to take them. And I'm going to stay involved as long as it's trading above the cloud. Those are the rules that I've set out for myself for this trade wave. And again, we're only, the first trade on UNG was profitable, right? We got out half. The account is up, I think, 1.5% from when I started trading it. Nothing really crazy. A week ago. And we'll see, right? Could be a horrible idea, but I'm doing it live in front of you guys. So we'll see how it goes. Again, I expect what will happen is that I will be right less than half the time with these strategies. And then a couple times, I will, a couple times a month, a couple times a year, I don't know, I'll really knock one out of the park. And that will allow for pretty decent little returns, again, on something that I'm only looking at the end of every day to see if I have to exit something, and I'm only making a trade once a week. And so what I hope is that it proves a couple things to people. One, it proves that a system like TradeWave works. I think it will prove that systematizing entry and exits a good idea. I think it will also show that you don't need to be right all of the time to make money. And again, I hope it shows that you don't have to be insanely active to make money. I think there's a very big misconception in trading that the more that somebody trades, the more that you trade, the better off you are. Where quite often it is complete and utter opposite. Right? You're looking to trade as little as humanly possible in order to make money. Sorry, off top, but in the guide, there's no info on how often the TI long-term will update in real time. Right, so what this is just doing is it's looking for the long-term, basically, what we noticed was that trades made from the AI, because the AI is looking for stocks in play is the term. So something that's in the news that it has some reason. If you look through these, there'll be no stocks that are entering here that aren't doing incredibly large volume at the time of moving. Right? You're talking 10 times or 11 times normal volume on CMP. You're talking 7 times normal volume on WHRL. Right? These big volume moves. And then what we notice is that often these can be kind of the precursor to something larger. So what will happen and what we've noticed is that things like PLCE, the AI got involved, I think, on this day right here, and that these things can continue for some time. So what we're doing is we're basically building a watch list for clients, and we're saying, take a look at these that the AI has purchased and are because it's purchasing on potential inflection points, on times that there is some news. I don't know what it is, but earnings, maybe something happened right here that got the market all hot and bothered. September 11th. Is that the 11th? Yeah. So that this was an earnings play. The market liked whatever Children's Place said for earnings, and that's caused this new trend. And by doing things like this and showing you only the ones that are profitable and ignoring everything that, that was a flash in the pan, you had a big pop and then it just fell off entirely, it kind of gives you an interesting watch list to take a look at to say, hey, something like ADMA, based off of what date was this? The 9th. Okay, so on this day. So on this day, the AI was like, hey, something's going on here. And you can see the big volume spike that occurred right here. So the AI was like, hey, there's something going on here. But when it fell apart here, it probably wasn't on the long-term AI. But as it pushes back through, we're saying, okay, well, maybe whatever occurred here that caused all this volume and all this craziness, again, probably earnings or something, or some sort of PR news event, something like that. Now it might be worthwhile, and then you can do your technical analysis on top of that, where maybe look for a break and all this. A lot of this comes down to, and this is what a lot of people I think have problems with, is that doing things like technical analysis on random stocks may give you a very, very small edge. The benefit that I have found throughout my career, again, as a CMT and someone who worked in the hedge fund space and been doing this for some time, the filtering mechanisms and the stock selection really is the key, right? If you're seeing a rising wedge or a cup and handle or a head and shoulders on that stock, but nobody cares about that stock, it's not in the news, it's not something that people are actively trading, then it's probably not going to mean anything, because you don't have that buyer and seller participation and interest, and people don't care, so they're not like making transactions at that time, at that level. They're not like super excited about it. What the long-term AI means to do is saying, hey, somebody got people, the powers that be, they were very, very interested in this stock in this day, because it did. You can see many times, maybe double or triple times what it was doing in volume, even after this kind of gap up. And it's saying, hey, it's getting back to that price. Take a look at here. Right, so we could do another one with EPM, which is a petroleum company. So it looks like that was back here on the 12th. So something occurred. Right? You can see, this massive volume spike. Yeah, right here. The 11th again, sorry. So this volume, it's saying, hey, something happened right here. Again, probably earnings. Yeah, so earnings was the 10th after market. This is very interesting. Now it's kind of getting back through and above that area, so maybe it's time to take a shot on it. So that's what it's saying. That's what the long-term AI is doing is, and that was just from us trading it for a long time and noticing, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. It always does a good job to say this day that the AI tried to take a place on it. That's an important day. So a couple days after that important day, sometimes that's when we see real institutions and funds, really kind of get into it. Name of book recommend to learn about trading. Just go to Amazon, type in trading. A lot of them, right? Trading in the Zone, the Market Wizard series, all of that. Really, at the end of the day, the books, if you understand the basics of technical analysis and there's no book that's going to like make you a good trader. So that's why things like the Market Wizard series are interesting, because it's just a guy interviewing top traders, and they're not going to say, you buy when the stock does this, you sell when the stock does this. It's more like stories of their lives. But what you can do is, if you're reading it, you can see throughputs. For example, every single trader who's a good trader has a process and a trading plan, and they stick to that kind of come hell or high water. That's something that I learned from listening to it. There's not a single good trader out there that's like, I make a guess, right? I take a shot at something here or there. I'm jumping around between indicators consistently, and I make money in the markets. Just doesn't occur. So I would check out the Market Wizard series. They're good ones, but really, there's thousands of books about trading. If you want to get into reading, just dive in and get into it. So I don't think the market's doing a whole lot today. No. So we had a gap up and a new highs, and we had a reversal, but we have FOMC tomorrow. So I don't expect a whole lot going on today. And then tomorrow morning is going to be kind of a crazy little crapshoot as well. And it's just the way it works. Right? You got days that are interesting, and you got days that are dead. And this is going to be one of those days that are dead. It's one of those things that if you were a large institution or pension fund or mutual fund or whatever it is, are you going to take your shot today? I'm a large pension fund, and I want to buy 10 million shares of Apple. Am I going to do it today, or do I just wait until Thursday? We'll let all the craziness happen and then kind of go from there. So yeah, really. So I'm looking here at that, right? This is my ETF list, and there's just not a lot. Bitcoin must be making a move, or at least made a move earlier today. BITQ here. That's Bitcoin's innovations list. We could do an IBIT. Yeah, so it made a little bit of a move here, putting a buy ticket on TradeWave. So it's interesting. But, still really stuck in this massive long-term range. We can go XES, which I think is a software. No, that's oil and gas. Way off. So we're getting a good bounce in oil and gas. It's interesting. But nothing crazy. The market's just trying to figure out. People are getting positioned saying, hey, I don't know what's going to happen today or what's going to happen tomorrow. So let's take a couple trades and see what's going on here. No one taking large, expansive bets one way or the other. It is good to see that, right? This is the down ETF list over here, and it's good to see that there's a lot of up names in the down ETF list. Right, this is getting sorted by how far down this ETF is, and this is obviously how far up the ETF is. And you can see when green bleeds into this or when red bleeds into this, you know that it's a bad day. But seems like it's a pretty fine day. Silver down a bit, gold down a bit. The Jets ETF is up, which is hilarious. Nice buy ticket right here on TradeWave, and then just rocketed. But really not a whole lot going on. What else? Do we have any other? Let's take a look here. Let's go to Forex. This Forex factory is just where I get my economic calendar. So yeah, tomorrow we've got a bunch of Fed fund stuff, and then Thursday morning we have unemployment claims. So it wouldn't shock me if it's not till Thursday that things really get moving, because that's all the important U.S. stuff for the week. So we could get this this move. And TI strength is usually a good place too to try to find some. I have at resistance here. KBH is another one that I've been looking at, but it's been really struggling with this zone. Earnings is in 5 days. That's not ideal. This is I do like this scan from a swing trading point of view, this at resistance scan that's found in the Market Explorer, just because it keeps things simple. It's just using some good math to say, here's a resistance point. It's near there, so you could use it to create a watch list and say, okay, well, these are the names that I'm looking to see break out if they can. Seeing a lot of these today, a lot of these, breaking out to new highs or, sometimes all-time highs in this case, and then reversing. That's what we saw there on XLC, which is the communications ETF. That's what we saw on the SPY. Qs. Yeah, Qs reversing. IWM. MDY, the mid caps. What about ARC? Yeah, a lot of that today. A lot of topping tails. A lot of breaking prior resistance and then fading from them. I don't know if that's like a bigger tell and for the overall market or something crazy like that. But more than anything, I think it's probably just, again, this choppiness of people buying dips and selling rips and waiting for the FOMC to just get out of the way. I made a tweet before I got on here. Just like, why don't they just do this on the weekend? I mean, do like a Saturday morning FOMC announcement. Give the weekend to have everything hammer out and figure out and sort itself. Well, that's a cool little chart. Let me show you guys this. For those who say if the Fed cuts rate tomorrow, that's the end of the market. That's the popular opinion that I've heard. That's complete balderdash. This is the average return 1 year after the first interest rate cut. You can see most of the time it does very well. Some of the times it doesn't. But in these other times, we're obviously having other extenuating circumstances like a giant housing collapse or a tech bubble explosion. Right? If you took these two out of the equation, because the rest of these, there's really not a lot going on, you get some really good returns. It's a cool chart. I like cool charts. All right, guys, 10 more minutes. Any questions anyone has about trade ideas or trading or anything like that? Again, this is something that I think that's really, really cool that Trade Ideas does that I don't see a lot in other places, and that is the ability to have I was going to say 24/7, but when the market is open for most of the market, there is somebody here who's just hanging out, waiting for your questions, to answer your questions. I think it's something that's really, really cool. I don't think that's a good idea because Monday morning everything will be down. Maybe. Or okay, Monday morning would be another good one. And this is just me being purely selfish, because in most cases, Fed decisions don't do anything to the market, right? 9 times out of 10, Fed decisions do absolutely nothing for the market. It's only when they're either raising rates or lowering rates that really makes a difference. In the interim, in the meantime, it doesn't matter. It's just like sometimes we get sometimes inflation numbers really matter, and then oftentimes they don't. And then sometimes jobs numbers really matter, and oftentimes they don't. I think this is certainly one of those times in which this is going to be an important Fed rate because no one knows. In most scenarios, in most situations, by now, the Fed funds tool that gives the probability of a cut or a raise and by how much, normally speaking, it's settled by now. They know what's going to happen. They don't, as long as the Fed doesn't deviate from what they think is going to happen, then it's kind of like, who cares? But in this scenario, where people don't know what's going to happen, it creates an interesting dilemma, right? Where do I even find that? Fed funds futures CME. Is that it? Yes, this one. No. What am I looking for here? Fed funds probability. Fed watch. Yeah, so this uses, if this is it, this uses real-time information based off of how futures are being priced and all that kind of craziness to give what the market thinks is the probability for different occurrences, right? So you can see here, there is a 0% chance that the market believes that there will be nothing happening, right? So the question is, are they cutting by 25%? And in this case, the market believes, just to state, there's a 37% chance that they will cut by 25 basis points. And there is a 63% chance that they will cut by 50 basis points. So it's not if they will cut, it's how much will they cut, and then what does that mean for the overall market. So but generally speaking, being 1 day out from now, this is usually like 90 something percent in that direction. And in most scenarios, this close to the event, it's correct. There's not a lot of surprises that go on. So the fact that we are this close to the event and then there is this much uncertainty, it's like a 60-40 split, that to me makes me think that this is going to be a pretty wild Fed decision, because we're going to have this crazy split that we don't necessarily know whether or not this is going to be a good thing or whether or not what's going to happen. Because as we know, the market likes certainty more than it likes anything else. And in this case, it's very, very uncertain. Let's go to the November one. Yeah, so the November is even more split, but that's a while out from now, right? The November one, nobody knows. But this one, again, usually by a day or two away, you end up getting a pretty decisive, hey, there's a 90, I've seen it 99% chance, 95, 99% chance this thing occurs. And very rarely do I see it split this much. So after this long hiking cycle, to now have the first cut and nobody knows by how much for certain, that makes me think that whatever they announce, there is kind of half of the market that's caught off guard. It's like if you had a split election, right? Both parties will think that their guy's going to win, so that they wake up the next morning, whoever won, the half of the people are upset. But if most people know what's going to happen going into the election, when everyone wakes up, if it's the decision that people think is going to occur, then everyone just moves on with their day and doesn't care. So this is very interesting, because what's happening in a lot of back rooms and hedge funds is they're using these to model what they believe certain asset prices from gold and silver and the dollar and the markets and tech stocks and all of this. They're a lot of these are system driven and model driven, and they're plugging in what they think the Fed is going to do into these models. So when it's a 90% chance X is going to happen, the market as a whole has already priced that thing into the market. So if they do the thing that there was a 90% chance was going to happen anyway, nobody cares, because it's like, hey, we knew that was going to happen. We've already priced it in. It's already part of our models. Let's just move on with our day. So you get this wild intraday nonsense where you get the day traders fighting amongst themselves, and then the market just does whatever. When you have a situation like this where half of the hedge funds are modeling in a 50 basis point cut, and the other half of the hedge funds are modeling in a 25% base cut, then regardless of what happens, it's one of these parties has mispriced in their models everything. So then they have to quickly go and rebalance those models over the next couple days, and that creates all this kind of volatility. Now, Barry?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm stunned that 63% figure it's going to be a 50 basis point cut.
And I'm just stunned it's not more. Sure, like I was saying, it's usually like they're always wrong, right? So like this November one, if we look at this November one, this will not be right. If you look at this in November, right, this will be way different. But it's like anything. It's like the probabilities of any, like,
this is the day before, but that graph is the day before. So, I mean, I am stunned. I really, really am. I would have thought it would be the other way around. 63, 25, and 37 at 50. I'm on the rate cut. I'm really surprised.
Well, and
because
I think
everybody seems to think that a 50 is horrible for the market. 25.
Well, that's why I brought this up, that I thought was hilarious, because I've heard, all right, once the Fed cuts rate, look out below, and this is every Fed rate cut from the 1970s. Right. And you can see, but 1973, they were having that inflation crisis, so that was bad.
Well,
right?
Oil prices, were going crazy.
Yeah, and then, right, we know what happened in 2001, we know what happened in 2007. I wouldn't say these were caused by the Fed cutting rates. It's, so in most cases, it's totally fine. But, so I guess a better example, I can sum it up with this. I just thought of this. But a better example is, you look at the weather and it says 2 weeks from now it's going to rain on Tuesday. That's not something I'm going to set my life to. But if, like, the day before you're trying to plan your day and they're like, half of the weather people think it's going to rain and the other half of the people don't think it's going to rain, right? Then when that day occurs, like, there's a wide breadth of the population that is just shocked by the weather. And then that's why I think tomorrow is going to be bonkers, not because of the Fed rate cut or blah, 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 blah. It's like, as you know, Barry, when a company reports earnings, the value of what they're reporting for earnings doesn't matter. It matters what did the market price in, and then go from there, right? So if this was a 90% chance of a 50 basis point cut, then and they did a 50 basis point cut, then the market wouldn't move. It's like, who cares? The market is a forward-looking mechanism, right? So everyone's already priced in everything. The fact that we don't know, again, I think that's going to cause craziness. I think
it is.
Gun to my head, I think we're moving higher, because I've heard this narrative of Fed rate cuts are bad so much that looking at the data and realizing that they are incredibly wrong makes me think that we're going to push higher, just because my theory is the market's it hurts the most amount of people, especially uninformed people who are not going based off of data. So the fact that, and this is just maybe my Twitter feed's messed up, but everyone's saying, oh, it's the end of the world when the Fed cuts rates. But most of the time, the Fed's cutting rates in response to an already economic disaster, right? So in like 2007, the Fed was cutting rates because banks were exploding, right? And in this case, they're cutting rates with no disaster. So again, it makes me think that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole dialogue has been, look, we'll start cutting rates if we think inflation is getting down to a certain level. And, so they're thinking whether people believe inflation is at that level or not, I don't really give a rip, but inflation seems to be coming down, and they've said for a year and a half, we'll start cutting rates if we see inflation starting to drop. So I don't think there's any, as you say, it's not a catastrophe that the reason why they're trying to they're going to cut rates. I mean, they've sort of planned it out ahead of time. We'll do it if we see this, and I guess they think they see this. So now the 50 is a surprising one, I guess. But it'll be fun tomorrow for me at 2:00 when I put my SPY 1 minute chart up in front of everybody, because that will go crazy. I guarantee we'll see some giant bars, probably in both directions. Until probably take about 5, even 10 minutes before. Now I don't know if there are minutes tomorrow. Also, I'm sorry, minutes. I don't know if there's a presser tomorrow at 2:30.
I think so.
There is, and that's also going to be
at 2:30.
That actually can be more volatile than the 2:00. Believe it or not.
In most cases, but because in most cases, what they're doing is that the hedge funds have created their models, right? If there's a 95% chance that something's going to occur and that thing occurs, then who cares, right? Because that's in line with our models. So now they're listening to JPOW to try to guess what to put in their models for the next cycle, right? In this scenario, I really think the actual interest rate is going to matter, solely because, again, this is the first time in a while that we don't know what they're going to do, right? If it's a 50 basis point cut, there's obviously going to be less of a reaction because that's what the majority of people believe. If there's a 25% basis point cut, I think that would cause more of a reaction. And then again, whatever narrative the news spins on it after the fact, I don't care. I just look at it as, right, here's the probabilities, and then this is what's going to occur. What is going to shock the most amount of people? Well, obviously, what would shock the most amount of people if they came out and said no change?
Nope,
that would just
nothing. Woo, that'd be
interesting. That would, because there's a 0% chance right now that the market's pricing in that. But any of these two things, again, if it's a 50 basis point cut, less people are shocked from that, but still way more people than are normally shocked when the event comes out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Michael, I better get back into both rooms now. So thanks for spelling me, and we'll see. Well, actually, I'm on vacation next week, so we'll see you in a couple of weeks. So
I'll talk to you then. Have a great vacation.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. I'm talking to Michael about the potential of the rate cuts. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. My my headset isn't responding yet to the music. Just give me one moment. All right, we're back. Okay, guys. So since I went on my break, look at this market. So what time was that? That was 11:45. So from 12 on, just about 12 on. Now at 1:00 there is a bond auction, so I don't know what will happen to the market then. Meanwhile, my goodness, GLMD. I was hoping this would happen later on in the day. Remember, I was saying that it wouldn't surprise me if it took out the high. And at that point, the high was, let's see, what time did I say? Yeah, I mean, at that point, the high was back here, about 1265. And I said, it wouldn't surprise me if later on in the day, if it takes out that high of the day, we could still get a pop because there was still a lot of room looking left. Unfortunately for me, it happened too early. I was hoping that maybe it would start happening now or even a little bit later, maybe 1:30, 2:00. But It is what it is, guys. And this GLND, just because they've regained NASDAQ compliance, that is the reason for the big move. Now, I did a reboot of my system, so I've lost all my original top tens. I've said this for the last maybe couple of months now. I can't remember. I mean, we've had so many halt downs, and I would say we could go a month without seeing one halt down. But now we're starting to see a lot of stocks being halted on the way down. These cheap ones, I mean, they're just garbage stocks, but they're a lot of stocks being halted on the way down. I would say that for a year, if we might get, I don't know, in the whole year, maybe five that were actually halted down. Because the absolute majority of stocks that were in this halt resume scanner were stocks that were halted on the way up. Yeah, I thought about doing that, Todd, and then I thought, you know what? Let's get some new blood. Let's get some new blood in here. So I'm not in anything right now, as obviously, but the last thing I was in was Turn, TERN, and I got out with a little bit of a gain. So this is the first time I've actually put FTL up. I know you guys were talking about it, and so was it Wolfpack Research? We're still short FTEL, bumpy ride, but worth it. Okay, so now though, I mean, it's actually tacked on 50% from the lows. People bottom fishing, obviously. Wow, this just made another new high. Briefly got up to 1632 GLMD. Wow. All right, guys. Well, as William somewhat predicted, yeah, the SPY has gone negative now. SPY is negative. So now we have just wow. Remember the last time I looked, I think the Dow was up about 120, the NAS was up about 120. So now Dow is now a little bit negative and NAS is basically flat. Lyft's got a little bit of room, guys. The next high on the weekly chart is 1244. We're at 1211 right now. I believe that's, yeah. So yeah. So this is, you look over the last few weeks, this is a week high. So now the next high to look left and see if it can challenge that would be 1244. But, with the market doing this, probably a little reluctant to go long anything right now, personally. Wait to see if they have a bit of, we've had a little bit of a bounce. Meanwhile, this is the one that I missed. SNOA. Yeah, draw. Thanks for drawing that to our attention. I just now the next high looking left is 479. So getting close, getting close. Oh, 20 cents away, a little more than 20 cents away to the next high looking left on the daily chart. SNOA. Getting close to the pre-market high, which was 470, approximately 470. Well, I was having it sort of with the S. I mean, I was, I was watching it back here when it was just flirting with four, and I was talking about it. I recall seeing like the bid ask was like 408, like 408, 408. Just didn't seem to be moving. And I thought, okay, well, it roped a lot of people in, up here. How many more people are they going to be able to rope in? And obviously they have. All right, so there's FTEL coming back, guys. So yeah, that's a big bounce off the lows for FTEL, FTEL, and yeah, big bounce from about 974 to 1632. Just resumed. This I don't know if it was shortable for me earlier, but this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. 4.6 million in the float. Yeah, it's a cheapy Australian stock. Lucy, Lucy, guys. So that's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, LUCY. This is through the 200-day moving average. Another low float. I mean, I read all the guys like these low float stocks, guys. I mean, we're not marrying them. Okay, all we're trying to do is trade them. I would never be holding any one of these overnight, typically anyway. We're just trying to trade them during the day. We all recognize that there's nothing to them, but we just try to take advantage of the sort of irrational move during the day. No, and you don't mean British Columbia, do you? The Columbia with a U. Um, I'm just going to look at the SPY volume. We're halfway through the month. And the SPY volume still is just sort of doing well. This is daily, but this is really. When was this? This was back in August. So we had a decent month or week. But the SPY volume is just really hasn't come back yet. No, maybe after tomorrow, once this interest rate thing is settled for a while until the next month. But I was just saying to Michael in our YouTube room just before we signed off, or he signed off. My SPY 1 minute chart at 2 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time is going to be wild. And there's also a presser at 2:30. So tomorrow is going to be so if I'm going to do anything on the larger caps, it'll have to be definitely well, most of the time I'm doing them in the morning anyway, because these are the sort of stocks that can be affected by whatever happens with the market. Stop it. SNOA. So now you're above the pre-market high. Now the next highs coming into those highs on the daily chart. The next high is 480, and I think it got there. 475. So the next high is 480, and then we've got 488, and then we got 490. I mean, if we can break through all that, 569. Sens, penny popper. Okay, that was on my, no, it was not on my list. SES was on my list. So Sens, let's take a look at Sens. What is it doing? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, that's why it's one of these stocks under $1. Now it's over $1. Okay, or over 50 cents. So my minimum in all my scans, most of them are over $1. I think a one, I think, is 50 cents. It must be this one right there. Yeah, the upside versus downside movers. Always staggering. Wow, look at that float. I mean, 507 million. Is that right? They got to do a reverse split. 507 million shares in the float for a sub $1 stock. Well, Captain, why don't you do one on GLMD if you want your that blood vessel to burst? I'm sure that will be even worse. All right, guys. As I wait for maybe something else to trade, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time and the information you can find on it, including my scans. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code, whatever it is on my homepage. That'll help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's that simple. So there's the code you can use. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using Barry15. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos, you must do it. Now, you don't necessarily, I wouldn't look at the doc layout, okay? I think that would just confuse people. But they're very short videos, so please do that. That's the first thing. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, free series of videos designed just for you. Michael Nos, who was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he put this together. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. Did it ever trigger? I know it was Fubo. I think it was 178 was the trigger. I can see that it did not trigger. Wow, got the 177. So it did not trigger. I guess 178 was the trigger. So it got very close. Now, if you sign up for the trade, and this is free, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, and then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, I don't share a layout, okay? This is kind of a la carte. You kind of pick and choose what you want. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, here's the middle section. Here are my scans. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. I do have this one on my other monitor. Large cap gainers from the start of the race. So I'm obviously sharing that. I also have a large cap losers from the start of the race, which I do not have up and running. But if you want to take a look at that, you can. The relative strength leaders from the close, or relative strength leaders. I just abbreviated it, but it's right here. And the upside versus downside movers right here. This is it. This is it. Compare count window is right there, and then the Halts resumes is right there. Now the other one that I do have on my other monitor, again, I'm not showing it, but I do have it up and running, is the momentum scan, which is there. Okay. So I do have a lot of scans that I am sharing, but please do not load them all and create a giant layout, because if you do, you'll never get anything done. You'll have alerts coming at you all day long, and you just won't even know what to do. Okay. I know it's hard. You want to cover every single setup that you can think of, but by the way, guys, okay, the market's putting a little bit of a pop here, a little bit of a pop, getting through this little cloud here. Do we get a little buy button? For Beyond Meat, okay, from William, Beyond Meat, BYND, a little article from that popped it. Looks bigger than it is. I mean, it's 635 up to 647, but yeah, definitely moved it. This looks like the same thing, right? Study in the Lancet links increased meat consumption to higher risk of type 2 diabetes, et cetera, et cetera. Is that it? Looks like that's probably the same thing. It's because that headline just showed up for me in Interactive Brokers at 123. Yeah, so the CAPR, the Capricorn, the next high, we've looked at this before, 526. Looks like a couple, in fact, there's 525 and then 524. That to me looks like that's pretty decent resistance. This is shortable for me, not many, 54,000 shares, but you can kind of see on the weekly chart, we've got that 525 covered by 3 weeks. So I would be really surprised if it got through that. Boy. I mean, this has got room too, guys. Look at EWTX. Now, the high of the day is 1963 or so, 1960. So it has that little magnet. But look left. I mean, if it gets even close to that, 2041 is the next high. Looking left for EWTX. This is showing up on my my large cap gainers. Now, the issue I've got a little bit with it is the spread. Well, it's not bad now. 1901, 1907. And what's the float? 78 million in the float. So it's, well, we know it has to be at least 50 million because that's my minimum. That's my minimum that it has to be in that race. Ah. Oh boy. Okay. Well, guys, this is just a quick, probably a very. I didn't love it because of the spread, but carved a little bit out of it. I'm talking about the EWTX, but here's the spread now: 22.43. Catch up. These are just going to be quick hitters for me now. Waiting to see get that bid a little bit closer to that ask. We're at 1940, 1955 right now. Okay, guys, I'm out of it now completely. Was able to do some mid like between 1940 and 1953. I'm out of it completely. I just don't trust it because of the spread. Now it still has room. I'm probably a little jumpy on it, but 2043 is the next high. Watch it go close to that, but and again from the large cap gainers from the start of the race. When I look at this list of stocks, what I'm really looking for is a stock that just is over the whole number, and that's what EWTX when I first saw it, it was just over 19. So I'm just looking for stocks that are maybe just over the whole number or close, and because that's what I like to see. And look what happened to EWTX. EWTX, I mean, just dropped. All right, something's happening with Road, guys. Road Construction Partners. So little pop up here. Some volume came in. Look at the volume that came into Road. So yeah, that's 188,000 so far on that 3-minute candle. There's 465 have traded. So a huge amount of the day is right here for Road. All right, let's take a look at Nova. Nova's just over the whole number, 12. And where could it go? Yeah, so the high of the day looks like around 12:15. Let me put an alert around there because when we look left, I don't see anything on the weekly chart. I don't see anything on the daily chart, of course. So let me take a look at a monthly chart to see where it could stall. Yeah, so 1290 is 1285 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I'm sorry, in the monthly chart. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but probably should back that weekly out a little bit just to see. Yeah, well, 1286. Yeah, so 1286. That's the right. So the next high in the weekly and the monthly is way up there. So let's see if this can hold 12, and especially maybe if the market starts to, put a little bit of a more of a bounce in it. So this is well. First of all, what is the sector doing? So I want to take a look at TAN. That's the ETF for the solar sector. See what it's doing. See if it's yeah, okay. So it's up. It's at least it's up. So we're not going. If TAN were crashing, you'd be looking at Nova going, well, what would I want to take that one with the sector moving down? But Nova is moving up a little bit anyway. Oh, checking the mobile line now. Yeah, just didn't like the way that thing was trading. So let's see if it's coming into the VWAP or something. No, broke down through the VWAP. VWAP is at 1201, so it broke down through the VWAP. I mean, this is arguably, maybe a short if it gets down to the low of the day. 1166, 1061. So we'll have a dollar underneath. I mean, it's still positive for the day, but Portillo, PTLO, PTLO. Hmm. See where the next high is on the monthly chart. 1437. Well, so there's a little bit of room for Portillo, PTLO. Well, guys, I think this one just took out no, it didn't. No, there's the high of the day right up here. Well, and it just took it out. Well, now the spread is pretty tough. I'm very reluctant, but Let's put another high here, or a price alert up here, 1644. Oh man, it's going to take that out. It just took it out. Crazy. Just because they regain NASDAQ compliance. I mean, that's it's crazy. Come on, Captain. I wanted you to do an analysis of this one financially. Just not shortable for me. At some point, this will be just a huge collapse. I don't know if it'll happen today or tomorrow, but remember this symbol tomorrow when I'm doing my pre-market work. Let's take a look at the pre-market actives down. I would anticipate maybe to see this one. $355% at Interactive Brokers. You mean why did I not get into the stocks, Stevie? I never could find, for me, I could never find what I considered something that I wouldn't just be chasing it. Had I not been on my break, I was interested in this one. Time is this 12:30? I would have been interested in this one when it took out 1266, but I was on my break because at that point that was the high of the day. And I said, listen, if it takes out the high of the day with any sort of volume, this could really have another run in it. But I was on my break. That's the only time I would have taken this. All the way through here, I really didn't see a setup for me. So when you say missed it, you mean why didn't I buy it? I saw it all day. I mean, there's a part of me that says if it takes out 1757 right now, it could just keep going. But I'm not crazy. All right, guys. Well, somebody said last week they couldn't hear the leaf blower. That's right outside my window. So, now you can hear the blowers. I think PJ said he couldn't, but I think he has to adjust his ears. Yeah. So, leaf blower Tuesday. We're back. Well, that'll be every Tuesday till probably January. We have so many trees in our in this complex that I'm in. So many. Wow. 1817 now. 1846, 19 on the way, probably. 20 could happen. I mean, what did I say was the next high looking left on the monthly? That was 1380. So and remember now, this has done a bunch of reverse splits. So this stock never was up at $65, but that is the next high, reverse split adjusted. Let's have some fun here, and we'll see where it reverse split adjusted. So there, we're at $1,200. We're at $1,600. We're at $3,700. This is all reverse split adjusted. That's nothing. We've seen some that are like hundreds of thousands of dollars reverse split adjusted. Okay, now it just got halted, and it got halted on the way up. But the projection is to open about $1 below. SNOA. Say it, draw. I know you're going to say it. No, you didn't say it. Okay. SNOA, new high. Unfortunately, that ad for Imgurians is blocking everything. Oh, now I don't know. Ugly. Does it matter? Thank you, Captain. So what do you mean by that, Mark? Is GLND for real? What do you mean by that exactly? You mean is it like a real company? Is it moving because it signed it's signed a big contract for something? No. Well, this could have a pop. This is moved back up from 17 something, so this could have a pop. See if it breaks 1882 when it opens. Just for William, there's a JBDI basing here. A little buy flag. You asked if there's any buy. Let you know. Now, of course, there's a sell right afterwards, but so the buy is sandwiched between a couple of sell flags. It's on a 3-minute chart. You asked that yesterday. Man, look at that SNOA. Finally, a bit of a pullback. So where is the? Okay, okay. The warrants, the catalyst. Okay, thank you, Captain. Well, let's see where it's going to open. Okay, so 1860. So if this is a 5 minute halt, we're already past that. Nope, in 3 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. And the answer is yes. Ah, look at that. Look at that. So that's a big drop. And watch it probably pop right back up. Wow. Telling you guys, nothing will surprise me. To see 20 right there. Briefly got up to what, 19 something, 1935. I'll just leave it here for a moment. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that I'm showing you. I would have this screen up all the time, except people will be asking me, where is that in trade ideas? And I would probably tuck it down here somewhere, but look at how, I mean, the rapidity of the sale of the action. So this is, I don't know what the float is. I think Draw might have said it was around 1 million. We've got 500,000, but whatever it is, let's say it's 1 million. That's traded the float now 82 times, the float turnover 82 times. Okay, well, we're close. I mean, they've got 630,000, so 510,000. Let's split the difference. So we'll call it 500,000 just to make the math simple. So oh, leave it up here. It's going to hit 20. You know, everybody knows it's going to hit 20. There it is. ADF, good afternoon. Hello. Welcome to the room. Wild, wild action. 21. I'll just leave it here. And there's your halt. There's your halt now, okay, for JLMD. Now, I would think this could be it, okay? I mean, this is about, I don't know how many times now this has been halted, but asking for a friend. Hilarious. Um, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, Dwayne, and I think William said at E-Trade, none available. I mean, they can try to do a locate, but when they have to try to do a locate, I just feel there's none available. High fee rate if they did, 355%. So I would say that unless you've got no shorts at Fidelity. That's retired Fido telling me that. Um, ugh, lost my train of thought. Oh, I was going to say that, if anybody with a center point um, subscription, probably as their broker, probably has shorts available. I wonder what the rate would be. If you have Cobra, maybe you've got shorts available. And if you have Trade Zero, maybe shorts available. Otherwise, most brokers do not have shorts available for this GLMD. And all I can say, it's a darn good thing they don't. Because again, it's one thing to say, okay, well, if I shorted it and it didn't work, I'd have a stop in place. The problem is a stock like this can be so volatile, it can blow right through your stop. Okay, so there's that. So that depending on how many shares you took, you may not be able to get out all your position, and as you're watching it sink. So that's an issue. The problem is it's not liquid enough. It's only traded 83 million. That's not very much. I'm trying to elicit a spit take out of Pepe. Okay, guys. Well, Nova, as we wait to see what happens once this opens, Nova is still hanging over 12. But for me now, it's just a little too choppy. Not as choppy on the 15, but it's a little too choppy so far. SPY is basically neutral now. Dow's down a little, and the Nas is up a little. So, I mean, really, the market is flat right now after being up most of the day, but the market is basically flat right now. All right, guys, sorry about that. Well, wrong again. I mean, I thought maybe 21 might finally top it out after being halted a few times, but not even close. Halted again now, though, 23. It's very interesting, Para. I mean, I'm Captain Para. I've never, I don't analyze like you do at all, not even remotely. So it's very interesting what you're saying. Yeah, draw SMSI now is now over a dollar, over a dollar. It's just showing up on my momentum scan right now. I almost have to black this one out of my memory, SNOA, but I can't because it keeps it keeps tormenting me. Stop it. All right, halt it again. Okay, now come on, it can't keep going up, can it? But we're not seeing a big drop yet. We're not seeing a big like 23.10 is the halt, 23.11. So wow, what a comeback for FTEL guys. This is a double now. Okay. I know it's still down 11%, but this is a double off the bottom, basically, from 9 to 18. And this is the one that got hammered down by the Wolfpack research. Yeah, you know what? You've got to, if you cannot spell correctly in your press release, I don't know if I want to look at you. Spell checking. Come on. Well, it's funny when you did it because I had it all ready to go myself, also draw, and then I noticed you had just posted, so I didn't post it. 'Cause I saw that, yeah, that when SNOA popped up, I was going to put, a little SNOA pop, but you beat me to it. That actually was fairly late. Man, well, where could it go now? Okay, SNOA. Ah, the next high is 565. Look at that little flag there. You won. You won. You did win. You won by about a second. All right. Well, listen, it's not typically what I do, but let's take a look at the SMSI. Okay. And now the next high in the monthly chart is way up here, 247. Let's bring this back to a weekly chart and see where it could stall or get to. So on the weekly chart, yeah, so it's got to get through 114. I am putting an alert, and I'll tell you what, if it gets to 115 today, I'm putting everything I own into it. Actually, I better walk that back. I'm just kidding. Okay. Anybody listening to me, I'm just kidding. So as I'm watching this SMS or GLMD, see if this is finally over for a while anyway. So let's take a look at the SMSI and explain why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay, SMSI. So you can see on the weekly chart, there is the next high looking left, and that is 115. If it takes out 115, then it's got a ton of room. Okay. All right, now that's it. Maybe GLMD just got halted on the way down, so it went from 23 down to 19, or 23 and a half down to 19.8. So, and now look at where it could open. I mean, so this could be it. You know what? This has got some room, guys. Our house. Okay, ARHS. This has got some room. Look left on the weekly chart. Look at that, 1460 on the weekly chart. Don't see anything on the daily chart. And again, showing up on the in the large cap gainers from the start of the race. I'm definitely interested in this one. Oh, I think it's well, right now it's 18. Right now it's actually lower before. There's your halt, 1986, 18 potential open. Let me get back to the R house. So I just answered you, the GLMD. I just answered you. So I'm in the R house now, guys. Oh, no, I'm not in it. I'm trying to buy it. Not getting the fill I want. So I'm going to back off a bit. Oh, I see what happened. I thought I heard a fill. I just got a partial fill. All right, let's see what the GLMD, if we were still hanging around the 18 mark. Anyway, yeah, so 1986 is the halt. Potential open in this area. So if this is a, well, it looks like it's going to be more than a, oh no, 206 plus 16 seconds. Okay, so if it's a 5-minute halt again, and it basically had been 5-minute halts the entire time. So I'll keep it on here. Let's see where it's going to open. So 1850 now, potential. All right. So 15 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. 3, 2, 1, blast off. All right. So this time it looks like it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. All right. Well, typically they are multiples of 5. So if that's the case, then this will open at 2:11 of 16 seconds. All right, guys. So it's 2:06. So I'm probably taking off at around 2:30. William says he'll keep the main room open until 3:30. So for those of you who are in YouTube right now, before I take off, I'll put the main room link into YouTube so you can head over if you want. William will keep the room open until 3:30, he said. So for about an hour after I leave. So about 20 minutes left for me. So if you've got questions, good time to ask. Well, Captain, that was great analysis, especially with the warrants and all of that. Very interesting. Meanwhile, I see this Omex was halted. Also, Omex was halted on the way down. Another one, guys, another one halted on the way down. I'm not sure, even if I'd seen that though, that I would have said, okay, I won't buy it or I will buy it, because these things just have a mind of their own to a certain extent, of course. Well, let's see where this could open. Yeah, look at this. It's getting closer to the halt price now. Getting a little bit closer to that halt price. I've been telling you, if this takes out 20 again, it could have another run. Now, that is not a recommendation to buy it, but I think I know what I will do. But well, as far as I'm concerned, Bjorn's asking me. I have a price alert. I think at 115 or so for the SMSI. I don't know where it is now. Is it still over $1? Yeah, I mean, I have a price alert right up here. Why? Well, if it takes that high out, that's a weekly high. Then it's got a ton of room up here, 195. So that's my. So I mean, in terms of worth looking at, I'm not watching it. I'm just going to have my price alert, and I have my price alert, and if it triggers, it triggers. If not, I just won't even think about it. Yeah, I'm taking next week off, Shaw. Yeah, going to the home country. Well, look at that. So it did resume. Oh, now it did resume on the way down. It must have briefly hit 1980. Now it's must have briefly hit that because that's why the alert went off. Ooh. All right, now it's getting pretty erratic on the way down. So I don't know if this is going to take out 20 again. Yeah, this doesn't look good now. So I mean, I have an alert set. I have an alert set for 20, but this doesn't look that good now. So no, no, no. I was kind of kidding. I'm going to Montreal. That's where I was born. Not quite the home country. Chris will open the William or Chris will open the room. Chris will pop in every now and then, but nobody's yeah, but he's not gonna be on the mic the whole time, that's for sure. Ooh, I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Look at that. Look at that move from 1740 to 19, almost a well, $2 move now. PJ makes his one and only appearance in the room. Don't give up on it, Barry. I didn't, I'm not sure I saw you earlier. Oui, je peux parler français. Je ferais mon mieux de parler français, oui. Very, 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 very rusty. Very rusty. I'm an English Quebecer, okay? I'm not a French Quebecer. So my English is high school English, elementary, high school English, and many, 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 many years ago. All right, guys. Well, oh, it popped on me. What? It popped on me, and shoot, I took my eyes off this. It did actually get through 20. Must be halted again, right? Yeah, just got halted again. Well, I lived in Montreal, so yeah, I mean that's near Ottawa, but I lived in Montreal. Talking to people in our YouTube room. Well, I'm in the ARHS. Okay, so I'm kind of watching this. I am in it. I got a little fill at the beginning, and then I moved down a little, and I got the fill I wanted. So I'm basically a couple of pennies underneath my fill. So I'm just having to watch it. I want to see if it can at least hold 13 and then move. And that's the ARHS. McGill, Shaw, McGill. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 2:16. So I have another 15 minutes or so. Well, fan forever. I've been called worse. You understand if I buy these sort of things, you have to understand that my finger is on the submit button right after I buy. I mean, I'm not fooling around. Like get it, and then my finger is on the submit button to get out of the trade as quickly if it's moving against me, or even if it's moving for me. If it's moving for me, if I got in this and moved a dollar, in seconds, I'm out. I'm out virtually all of it. Okay, guys. Well, as we wait to see where this is going to open, and looks like it's going to be a. Oh, this is not. We don't see a big drop anyway. Not yet, anyway. Tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day, especially we got to probably do most of the heavy lifting in the morning. Because as we get closer and closer to 2 o'clock, boy, it's going to be. Think it's going to be a real interesting exercise to try to trade. Well, ARHS is kind of putting me to sleep now. I'm slightly under where I got it, so I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, okay, little bit of a pop. All right, guys, where did it open? GLMD opened. Oh, it got halted at 2091. Basically opened there. And will it pop through that 2091 again? Meanwhile, we've got this one halt and resuming many times. PGHL also. All right, guys, 2:21. I have about 9 minutes left. Now, before I go, for people in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, you can do so. I'll give you the link or show you how to get the link. So I put my homepage link into YouTube. So all you have to do is click on it. And then when you do that, at the very top, trading room. Okay. So that is what I call the main room. I don't see Sava anywhere. I'm just trying to see if I see Sava anywhere, not even down here. So let's take a look at Sava. Maybe the relative volume isn't high enough, or yeah, that's the reason. Nice move though. What a great move. 29 to 32. But it won't show up on virtually any of my scans because the relative volume is only 0.89. And so that's the reason why it's not showing up in any of my scans. Though I didn't think I had relative volume in this one. Let me just yeah, I'm surprised Sava. Oh, I know why. I got to up this. The price is between 50 cents and $30. That's why. Okay. Because Sava should have shown up here. Yeah, you're actually right, Bjorn. I don't have relative volume in my races. I don't think I do anyway. I don't think I have relative volume in my races. No. The reason why is because sometimes, something may not have high relative volume, but it'll all of a sudden start moving. Yeah, look at this. Alert price 23.11. That means it's at the high of the day. Wow. And so that's the reason why I don't put the relative volumes, in the races, because something could be, there's sort of slumbering down here. And if it starts to move, I want to know about it. And then the relative volume can really start picking up. So that's my rationale. Anybody have, now that's Hawaiian Holdings, right? Huh? Whoa, no kidding. Well, it must be again, unless it's just because of the, I mean, all no, this is really specific to it, I guess. I mean, the airlines are really taking advantage of the fact that energy or oil prices or jet fuel prices are lower, I guess. Alaska Air is buying, but isn't that still up in the air? Or is it, no pun intended, but it's old news. But I know there's all sorts of hurdles they've got to get through. So maybe the rumor coming in that it's almost done, or whatever your body is that doesn't want that to happen, is sort of relenting, reneging. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. Well, and you can see that this is the merger right there. Okay, you can see how HA has flatlined on the daily. So there was a price, I guess, that was sort of set by Alaska, and that was, but it still has not effectively happened. but now for whatever reason, there's a little pop. Maybe somebody else has come in and trying to sweeten the deal. I don't know. Here we go. So here are some news. Here, your U.S. DOT grants Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines temporary exemption for common ownership under Alaska Air Group, pending final decision on route authority transfer. So that is your news. That is breaking news, guys. Breaking news. So that's the reason. Thank you, Shady. Is that sort of the same thing? Okay, guys. Well, I'll stick around for another 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just going to wait to see if there are any posts, questions to me. If not, I'll be taking off at around 2:30. So if I do that, I just want to thank everybody for all the help today. It's been a very exciting day, and boy, what's going to happen tomorrow? You too, Michael. Well, I'm back to basically where I bought it now, ARHS. Okay, back to where I bought it. A little bit of a pop above where I bought it. Let's see if it can move at all. Have a late day run for me. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to take off now. So again, thanks for all the help. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I put the other link in for the main room if you want to head over there. So, but I have to shut you guys down now.